Christina, you need to unmute.
That will be helpful. Okay, 5 minutes, and I don't know if I'm counting, so I don't know. Can we see the timing?
Mas Ari will keep time, and he will just yell at you when it's time for you to finish.
Wonderful, thank you.
No,
let's go. My name is Christina. I'm a PhD candidate for peace and conflict resolution at Science University in Malaysia. My background is in international business and international relations. Before I start the presentation, I'd like to say thank you to ICCTP for granting us the opportunity to broaden our thinking process, and also to thank all my dear colleagues for being so enthusiastic, and the diversity of all the languages of the ICCTP August 2021 is represented there with all the peace translated in all the different languages. If I have missed anyone, I humbly apologize. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, my 5 minutes is very fast. The title of my presentation is Constructing Universal Humanism. And the best way to start talking about humanism, next slide, please, is approaching it through, next slide, please. So there is a song. There is I would like you to see it on the dove. The dove is the symbol of peace according to Christianity and Judaism. And you can see here why the dove came back to the Ark of Noah after the deluge. But the sound of that dove in that song tells us how sad the song is, how sad the pigeon, the dove, is, because when he cries, the sky trembles. It tells that is the peace of state, that is the country of confusion when he talks about the harmony triadic, composed by 3 factors: heaven, humanity, and earth. Earth meaning nature. Next slide, please. So next slide, please. Please, next slide.
On internet sometimes.
All right, okay. So so when we talk about nature, there is a buzzing word now called Anthropocene. Anthropocene is the current geological age in which it is believed that the human activity has been the dominant influence on climate and environment. And according to current scholars, they say that human imprint on the global environment has now become so large and active that it rivals the very great forces of nature. We have to remember that nature is not just an environment, it's part of all of us. Next slide, please. So how do we connect with nature? Perhaps through education. But with education, we have seen that conventional wisdom tells us the universal structure is being industrialized. It started in the Industrial Revolution 300 years ago, and it was to teach the workforce in the factories to be more productive, to be more profitable. 300 years later, we still continue educating our people in that structural industrial system. However, when we see the unconventional system with the Aboriginals, the origin is not 300 years, it's the origin of our humanity. The structure is truly connected with nature. We see here in us from the ICCTP group 2021, teaching the children out in the open, connecting with nature. When we connect with nature, we inculcate ourselves real peace. I myself, I did an experiment with children. I took them out sailing, and where we were sailing, it was our survival to understand mathematics, astrology, medicine, and humanity. So next slide, please. So this is like a marathon, 5 minutes. On the next slide, we will see that when we talk about cultures of peace, that is how we are told that we connect with nature. But according to Oliver Richmond, one of our current scholars, says the concept of peace is often dismissed as binary concept, where there is an absolute division between peace and war, and also dismisses the harmony and calls it the utopian harmony. Is an utopia, sorry. So what is the new discourse that I would like to suggest? I'd like to suggest a new discourse starting with Mahatma Gandhi's statement: peace to be real must be unaffected by outside circumstances. Next slide, please. So during the course, we have learned that, hello, next slide, different approaches. I would like to take a holistic approach, because the more we relate violence, the more we legitimate is ontology. We talk about protective conflicts, conflict resolution, conflict transformation, ladder access. Conflict is the engine of change. But Alpha de la Tupia, our ICCTP August 21 member, says to Lederach, engines break, love drives change. Again, peace psychology deals with case-by-case quenching fires. Even Galton talks about positive and negative peace. And when he talks about transformation and transforming conflict through this creatively, it talks about development, and we've learned to be very careful with that word. So what do I propose? I propose to harmonize. And harmonizing, when you are with nature, is about fertilizing the ground. So then harmony becomes deep, and deep means generating the process that is opposed to conformity and superficial stability. And I'm quoting Eastern philosophers. Next slide, please. Just 2 seconds. How do we do that? Well, we have learned through Pac Alberto Gomez from ICCTP OS 2021 to take a peace ecology approach, leave behind social economic developments, political developments, also I would like to add that moral pragmatic approach using the Eastern philosophies in Korea this time. And also with Pac Alberto, we have learned that the Semite cultures make fun of violence, and that is what we should be doing rather than keep talking about violence. On the next slide, please. So just 2 seconds, but on the next slide, how do we approach deep harmony, or how do we get on the road to universal humanism? Is using deep harmony. And you will see here, I have lived in these places, Middle East. These are the circles of harmony. The moon, the sun, look at Africa, look at the animals, look at Asia, look at Malaysia, the sun, the moon. Again, I refer to India, and obviously the Indians in America. So for me, peace circles, the ultimate goal of peace circles was to communicate in order to have a better understanding. But we know that understanding dismisses personal, regional, and state interest. Next slide, please. This is my last slide, sorry. Deep harmony is what I will be writing about on my paper. I will be contesting Western ideology and driving towards real peace with deep harmony. Thank you very much. Next slide, please, is the last one. I would just like to say thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Ole.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Congratulations, Christina, for the presentation. So we can move to the second presenter. Is that fine? Dr. Nidia.
Yeah, can I start sharing my screen, please?
Yeah. Can you share screen?
And yeah, I hope, is this visible?
Yeah, wait.
Let me put it on slideshow mode. Wait.
Yes, I can see that.
All right. All right.
Okay.
Greeting everyone. I have started with peace building and media. My topic relates to what we had in Joanne's session. Since I belong to the field of journalism and also into the education of mass communication journalism, and I see media as a platform which can bring about change in the society if used wisely. It can, why I say so, because it can also turn to a Frankenstein. We have seen in India, we have seen in other parts of the world, especially with the as we call it, social media. Although we celebrate social media as democratization of information and participation, but what I have seen is that it can also be a harbinger of change in the society, but if we have right controls at the right place. So let me start with what is peace. Peace is not merely an absence of war, as quoted by Shaw. I would say peace is, as Christina also said, and others also said, peace is one, the society is at harmony. Peace does not mean that you just have no wars, but there should be rest in the civil society. People should be satisfied, happy, and they should have opportunities and spirituality, mind, body, soul at whatever they're doing. So peace is about harmony in every sense. And this can be disrupted well by media, warranted information and the uncredible information which can lead to the disruption of peace in the society. Okay, what is peace building? Here I like to quote: efforts to build and sustain peace are necessary not only has broken out, but all long beforehand, preventing conflict and resisting to its root cause. We must work to better together across the peace, focusing the dimension of the conflicts. I'm quoting UN Secretary General Antonio, who said this in one of his speeches in 2019, and I really liked it, that it is the efforts which reflects peace building. And the solutions or resolutions towards peace building should be in togetherness of countering every dimension of conflict from the very root cause, from where the source, the information has come. And if we do that, that is the real process of peace building. I'm sorry, the internet is taking time. Now, what we have to do and what we have learned for this course is and we need to understand peace within the social struggles. And we would be able to do it only if we go to the local people and we learn what is their needs, requirement, what peace means to them. We cannot have a universal definition of peace and just force it on to them. It is the way they want to see the life. And now this, with the new media, new digital era, this whole new generation of social and virtual life is opened up, especially since this pandemic. Now we have our public spheres, our digital platforms, social media and networks, not only our social gathering, physical meetings. So we have to take them into account. We cannot ignore them. We may love or hate them, but we have to take them in account whenever we are thinking about peace building processes. Because even if we tend to ignore them, we choose not to include them, they would be disrupting the society in their own way if we do not take them into account and make them credible. And media is haunting us all the time. You know, as UN General Secretary also said, it's not pandemic, it's infodemic. That misinformation, the fake news, the various versions of everything are coming. As Joanne also said, I would like to quote her, that by the time the truth comes to us, we start disbelieving it. So many versions have already come through media, and we lose track of it, what is credible, what is right, what is wrong, because we already had so much information that we are confused. It's like an information overload. We are lost in this information pandemic. So media needs to understand where they need to put a limit on information sharing and how they would make it. They should not run for the news. They should not run for the information every time. And it's time that we should rethink public sphere. As I said, that new virtual spaces have opened up, and we need to understand that whenever we are thinking about peace, conflict, transformation, we are thinking about anything in the society towards peace building, these digital spheres have to be taken into account. Public spheres, as we conventionally define them, were the spaces where social actors, group, people would deliberate about their common efforts. But this news media has maintained something new. I'd like to quote here an example how social media created a havoc in 2013 in India. There's a city in Uttar Pradesh, one of the states, Muzaffarnagar, where the communal rights broke out only because of social media misinformation, and fake videos were shared, and two societies, which is two communities, Hindu and Muslim, started having violent clashes, and it turned out into a big riot only because there was unresponsible sharing on social media. So as I said, that this is the Frankenstein which is started dancing in the society. It's time we need to control it. And we can we can redefine these challenges and the conflict divisions, and we can rather use this Frankenstein as a tool to bring change in the society, harmonize the society, bring peace in the society. Only thing is we need to redefine, contextualize, and transfer the conflict to other issues. Media and the conflict transformation. Media, I would say, as I have analyzed, has reached to people. It can, democratize the information. It can reach to the masses. It can bring a bridge between the policymakers and the people. But we need to, as I also go for the holistic approach, as Christina has said, a holistic approach to media interventions. My approach here would be that we need to have a complete approach. We cannot see that in isolation. So that is what my take here would be. Then what are the strengths of media as a tool of peace building? Reach and impact. It has great reach. It can bring things into the houses of the people, mind of the people within seconds. You know, the Me Too, the big campaigns world over. Weaknesses, it can be misused and it is biased at times. You know, the power of the media can be misused. And threats are the fake news, the information overload, unresponsible sharing is there. And the opportunities, as I said, is democratization of information. And now we are not at the receiving end. If a newspaper is printing, we can react on social media instantly. We as people, masses and information consumers, we have now power to react and ourselves share our reactions or our information on social media. But we need to think over it. Media needs to rework the professional issues, ethics, and sanctions, address forms of ethnic and communal censorship, economic, political interest, and ownership. Here, I would like to say that media knows that they have the power, but they have to weigh in their ethics. Whether the ethics are more important or their own biases are more important. This is an interesting cartoon which I found on Indian media. If you can see it clearly, I hope that the pen which is representing the media is being put in by money, is controlled by the money that is, paid media, that we have to sort of do away with such unethical practices in media if we really want to use it as a tool of conflict transformation and peace building.
Excuse me, Dr. Nidhi, it's more than 5 minutes.
Okay, just I'll conclude. These are the rules that media can do. Not only it can define and bring up the issues of conflicts, it should encourage, analyze, it should give confidence building, it should communicate with the parties, and it should bridge the gaps. I'll just conclude. This is the roadmaps media should take in future to use it as a tool of conflict transformation and peace building. These are some of the references. I'll thank you. If you have any questions, I'm open to them.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Nidhi, so much for your share, experience and comments and regarding the media and peace. Okay. So we're going to continue to the next presenter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Neha, time is yours. Is Dr. Neha around? I can see from the participant list, Dr. Neha. Okay. Should we skip for the next presenter?
Yes, I think we just go on.
Okay.
Masari.
Okay. The next Kainat Saif, sorry.
Yes, I am here.
Yeah. Can you start? Can you share screen? Okay. So I'll let you know when one minute's left. Yeah, just so that you can just make. Quick.
Okay. So everyone can see my screen, right?
Yes. Yes. Perfect.
Okay. So Assalamu alaikum everyone. This is Kainat Saif and I am from Pakistan. So my key learnings from I am actually presenting my paper because I wasn't able to make a PPT because of my ongoing exams. But I will try to convey my key lessons. So after going through this course, I was able to analyze the situations of peace and everything defined in this course. I was able to analyze how the peace situation and how the instruments that have been described, such as negotiations, non-violent communication, is working in Pakistan, in my home country, and in our neighboring countries, as well as in different countries. So from peace and its types, I believe that the positive piece and negative piece. In Pakistan, the negative piece, we emphasize on negative piece more rather than positive piece. So inclusion here here at home is not something which is considered while making policies and while making laws, while while doing the state machinery work. So that's why in Pakistan the peace situation is not very much better, not as it should be. And about restorative justice system and peace circle, I think the concept of peace circle was very new for me, and I totally subscribe to this idea that when you sit in a peace circle, have a deep heart-to-heart conversation, and I think that way one person, individual or community is able to get access to peace in a cheaper way. And restorative justice system is should be introduced at larger level, because when the proceedings like between the victim and criminals with the representative of wider communities, this ensures peace. And conflict transformation, to talk about conflict transformation, I think that conflict habituated system that is converted into peace system, all the things required for the conflict transformation is something that I will be going to talk about next. Okay, so relationship between peace and development for me is directly proportional to each other. So for example, if you talk about peace, when there is development, there is peace. When there is no peace, there is no development. As in developed countries, we see that they restore peace, and in undeveloped or developing countries, the absence of peace lacks development. And obviously the role of community-based organizations, NGOs and public-private partnership is very much important to fill this gap. Okay. Now I am talking about all the instruments that can be used to have a peaceful society and to have and to conflict management, you may say, and conflict resolution, conflict transformation. That all words are synonyms to each other. And importance of dialogue is the first one. I think that in my very personal opinion, that dialogue can resolve so many things. In Pakistan or in Urdu, we say baat karne se baat banti hai, which literally means that when you start talking, you are able to have better deals, and you cannot, you are not ballooning the conflict, and you are able to find some solution. Now we have another mechanism which we call as non-violent communication, and there are 4 major components of non-violent communication. The first one is observation, the second is feelings, the third is needs, and the last one is request.
Sorry,
so this
1 minute left.
Okay. Now I will talk about peace ecology and indigenous community. Indigenous community plays an important role to restore peace ecology, and psychology of peace is something that is psychology and as well as sociology of social nature of peace restoration, strategic building, okay, empathy, love, and compassion. They all are directly linked to peace, because they when you have all of these components, you are in better position to talk about peace. Strategic building is constructive and productive personal group political relationships across religious, class, ethnic, national, and racial spaces, and the goal is to resolve injustice in non-violent ways. Now I will talk about media and peace building. Media plays an important role, but media can also play a counterproductive role. For example, when media is biased, it is instigating violence in the society, in the youth. And that is very much, that has a larger impact and long-standing impact. For example, in Pakistan, we have newspapers. The one is talking about, one is talking in favor of government, the other is talking against the government. So these things impact the audience, the readers very much. And thank you. I am done. If you have any question, please let me know.
Well done,
Thank
Mbak
you.
Kainat. Okay, so we'll continue to the next presenter, Sarah.
Yes. Welcome to the ECCTP Peace Circle. Please close your eyes and take a deep breath. Breathe in and out. Breathe in and out. We are here to give ourselves and others a voice, to begin a restorative, transformative dialogue. Please take a piece of paper to write down your reflections. The reflection will be for you, but this is a space of connection. We are all one. We are human beings. Please close your eyes and take a deep breath. We will start by thanking each of us for making this possible. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for trust with me. Thank you for believing in this possible and real peace. In the next few minutes, we will try to answer some questions. The first one is, who are we? It is very easy to define ourselves by the names on our identity card, but I'm Sarah, but I'm a really touch, or I'm something more than letters. To learn who we are, we must deconstruct ourselves, deconstruct the paradigms that classify us since our birth, the inherited culture and society. It is about deconstruct our minds, questioning whether whatever the way we relate to each other is an imposition, prejudice, or a dehumanization of the others. I'm European. What does that mean? Do I have to accept European culture just because I was born on that continent? No, we are human. We have the capacity to think and change. Questioning our context, it is the first step. Reflecting on how we contribute to perpetuate inequalities and how we build our own space, open space for dialogue and acceptance, where the concept of racism or development do not exist as a way of perpetuating violence, but create a space where regenerate our individual and collective identities, where the word resilience, co-create, and improve our words that define us better than our names or colonizing and or colonized culture. After learning how to de-define and recognize ourselves, we could do the same with our context. What is your community like? Your community can be your immediate family, your neighbors, people with the same religious ideas or hobbies as you, or your ancestors. In short, someone with whom you identify as an equal. The way we relate to others is built from education, where reconstructive empowering approach is important. This way of learning promotes the decolonization and redefinition of our values. To get closer to these objectives, social media are a tool for projecting new realities, more participatory, inclusive, and peace promotive through the organization of civil society and the visibility of the different ways to making pieces. But our relationships are not limited to humans. We also related to nature. I would like us all to sincerely apologize to nature for the damage we caused it, for believe we are better than the nature and not part of it. So excuse me, Pachamama, thank you, nature, for everything you give us. Now that now that we are aware of the necessity for equal recognition and peace, we must think about how we can transform conflicts. Conflicts are an opportunity to build peaceful realities. To transform them without violence, it is essential to empower the local people because they are the ones who know the conflict and the social. The locals, through non-violent communication, can find a space of dialogue where empathy defines the way we relate to each other in community based on love and equal regeneration. In this new reality, the word peace could be people, environment, acceptance, communication, and evolution collectively towards a peaceful harmony. Breathe in and down. Thank you for your active listening. Thank you for sharing your time with me.
Well done, Sarah.
That's it.
Okay.
Muy bien,
Muy
Clara.
bien. Okay, we go to the next presenter, Katarina.
Yes, hello everyone. I hope you are all doing well. Everyone is seeking peace, and maybe is a common sense affirmation, this one, but although we come from different cultures, we have different ages or speak different languages as human beings, the idea of a peaceful reality continues being present. That doesn't mean, though, that peace means the same thing for everyone, or that's why peace cannot be imposed, because there is not just one definition. Actually, it's exactly the opposite, in the sense that each person perceives conflicts, violence, and insecurity in diverse ways or levels. Therefore, is it conflict always negative, or as Lederach defines, are normal in human relationships and motor of change? And also, is peace an achievable value? Is it a goal or is the own path? And finally, is real peace built outside of us on the social level, or actually is a more profound process that occurs first inside the inner self? Although as academics and practitioners, we get used to think and construct arguments about ideas, it becomes more difficult when it comes to the topic of peace building and conflict transformation. The central characteristic of this area is exactly the fact that while a person studies or works with peace, it is also necessary to experience on the personal life. These steps are in fact the most difficult because it is about changing in a profound way some, maybe violent lenses that we all use sometimes to be able to actuate with peace at any level or any work. So those were some of the first reflections I made while I was participating on the ICCTP course, specifically during the peacemaking circles, and made sense through all lessons during the 2 weeks. In the end, it's about connecting with our own feelings, ideas, values, understanding, so we can connect to the other, listen their realities, and build a relationship. At the same time, there is another idea that came out for me during the talks, and that's about the fact that the separation we make between me and you, or us and them, they are not real. The connection between individuals, groups, and with the nature around us, it's constant and actually necessary. Somehow peace cannot be built just in an individual way, because it's always about exchanging and living together. It calls for our sense of family, tribe, community, and reunion, which is essential for every human being. In this dynamic of relationships emerges a central value, which is humility, in order to actually listen to the others. The prerogative that everyone has something to say and an important point of view helps exactly to understand why all solutions are always read inside the local community where conflict happens. Maybe sometimes the ability to make peace needs to be cultivated as small seeds, but the potential is there, it exists. So to conclude, I would like to bring a last aspect. So looking at my politics of location, which per se it's already a decolonial way of looking at this topic, which I really liked when it was presented in one of the lessons. My politics of location means that I'm situated in Brazil, on a city on the countryside in the Northeast, which has always been a very excluded part of the country and which has suffered and still suffers actually with structural violence and a lack of presence from the central government. So my way of looking at the world was also, or comes also, from the fact that I was raised just by my mom, since my father was not around, and also as the only child. Also, my way of looking at the world was shaped by the schools I studied, by my friends, and after by the international relations course, with the practical experiences inside poor communities, where I try to work and in order to reduce violence on the scholar environment.
Sorry, Sarah, it's 1 minute left.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. So what's necessary to realize, and I'm just finishing, is that we continue to be humans with all our history, all our lives, understandings, mind, body, soul, and feelings. And this needs to be taken in account when we act or when we are in the midst of a conflict. And thank you so much, you all, for all these amazing days and all the exchanges. And it was amazing, a great experience, and I'm really grateful for each one of you.
Thank you for the presentation, Katarina. Okay, well done for it. We're going to continue to the next presenter, Concepcion, yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
Concepcion.
Concepcion Naomi, yeah.
Sí, no,
Sorry.
Gracias.
Gracias.
I'll try to present. Yeah. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Concepcion Martinez Real. I work in the University of the State of Mexico in the center of Mexico. I'm teacher in high school. I work with teenagers. I love it. I love them. And I remember very much the words of Vicente Martinez Guzman. When I studied the master in the UJI, our dear doctor led us the task of investigating the different ways of building peace in our cultures and write about it. I'm doing that in his lovely memory. I want to introduce you to the topic conflict transformation and peace building in Mexico, the case of original groups in Chiapas. Mexico is a multicultural nation with 66 indigenous groups, all of them with a rich culture. I want to talk about the case of Tojolabales, Etzales, Otziles. They live in the south of my country. The Tojolabal culture has the conflict prevention inside their education systems. Their world view allows them to conceive all human beings like part of the humanity, and subsequently we are brothers and sisters. This is an example of mutual respect. The culture of peace in the indigenous people in Mexico is very clear to me. In fact, they originally have a culture of peace, as we can see in the following characteristics. They respect nature and name her Mother Nature, and all their actions to obtain some resource from nature are preceded by a ceremony for which they ask permission. The language, Tojolabal, includes a strong sense of democratic relationships. For example, when they have a problem inside a community, they say, "We will talk." This includes peaceability, the knowledge and common practice of dialogue between they and the existence of horizontal relationships manifest in the existence of the General Assembly, made up all the members of the community. General Assembly is the social and political structure that allows them to organize the community life and discuss about community issues, to find solutions to them together, including men and women. In this structure, we can identify general equality and elicitive methods of conflict transformation, like Paul Lederach present to us. Philosophy of life of the Tojolabales is very rich. They say, everything for everyone, nothing for us. This way of thinking shows us empathy, altruism, and reciprocity, because they not only think about what they need, but what other people need, and at the same time, they recognize their human rights and defend them. The philosophy of life of Tojolabales is issue of investigating of very important social scientifics.
So sorry, the time is 1 minute left.
Okay, thank you. The conflict in Chiapas is a very extensive topic, and I don't have time to present in detail. I want to talk about the process of peace building. They handed down their weapons, peace dialogues, and creation of autonomous communities called caracoles. I know I have to work more in the reflective part, and in my final paper, I will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Concepcion. Well done for this presentation. So enjoyable.
Thank you.
So we going to the next presenter, Irang Bam.
Yeah, Manoj.
Yeah, Manoj. Okay. Sorry.
Very good morning from India, and also good morning from Manipur. Likely, before coming to the presentation, I likely to thank and make the good warm gratitude to all organizers, this network, and ICCTP and volunteers that guide us the whole 10 days for this online course on the peace building and the conflict transformation. So it is a great pleasure for me, actually, and it is a first time online course for me. First time international online course. Actually, unfortunately, this course is colliding with my university exam right now, master PG exam. right now. So there, it is very hard to me to make the program very successful one. But I am very glad to learn a lot of lessons and a lot of part from the different resource persons that have been guide us. Actually, uh, yes, coming to the presentation, actually, I have to present my own views from for the course and anything that I have learned from this part. But all the detailed part that I have learned throughout the 10 days will be reflected on my reflective paper. And actually, I am as I am a learner. I am a student right now. So actually, I am very junior to every one of these participants. So that I am a learner and a student also as a youth also. I learned many perspective or many innovative one that have been differentiate me in different ways. So also I had to thank to all the resource persons, yeah, to enlighten us in a better way to bring our society or to bring our world peaceful way, and to learn about this different part of conflict that have been that have been arise in the different parts of the different corners of the country. So also and also thank to all the colleagues and friends and the senior ones that discuss throughout the break rooms and the breakout rooms and discuss about the different perspectives that are given by the resource person. So I've learned many things which explores a range of from approach to conflict and peace building to eliminate and the potential of violent conflict. So it focuses on the fostering dialogue and empathic relationships and exploring non-violent means of communication and engagement and interaction between us, discussing on cases of the violence, discussing on cases of inequality, poverty, racism, discrimination, operation. So this course enhanced me more knowledge and understanding on conflict transformation, dialogue, and the debate and discussion between us and different part of the country. Also, I have learned many about this, how to we make a peace, how to we build a peace, and how to we elaborate it throughout the society or throughout the country or throughout my school level or university level or society level. So as a youth participant, as a youth coordinator of my organization, so I likely to say innovate. I likely to learn this part to enhance my my knowledge that having got from this course to my junior one from a grassroots level to school level, college level, and university level as well. So how to bring this one, how to make a chain to bring a peaceful society between us right now. So in this conflict time, we have been learn about this peace building one through the we have been so elaborate through in education also through media also and the communication between us by sharing ideas between everyone. So we have a learn we have a chance to elaborate as we have been say we have been conduct in this platform in the Zoom platform also we have been sharing lots of knowledge between us. So also I have learned many various ways and effective strategies in conflict transformation and fostering my in peace and social justice also. It can change in our communities also positively by elaborating through grassroots levels and school levels, college level and university levels also. As youth, I have to do any action toward this achievable one through this act of say like kindness, compassion, and empathy towards the youth, and there will be an impact of youth throughout the country or throughout the society.
Sorry,
So
1
there
minute
in the,
left. Manoj.
yeah, sure. Yes, thank you. And also, so to spread this impact of youth throughout the sector and generations. So to build the act of kindness, we have to have a mutual coexistence between us, mutual respect between individuals, and come together to achieve peace. So lastly, as a youth, I think there is a solution in bringing a peace by innovating nonviolent communication through dialogue debate, and discussion. Thank you for giving me a presentation of 5 minutes. That's great to all the organizers, and have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj, for the presentation. Okay. So we're moving to next presenter. Alejandra? Hermana?
Hermano, gracias. So you can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to write about the ethics of care and COVID-19. This reflection started, this thinking started when Dr. Michelis asked us, how has the world changed since the arrival of the coronavirus or SARS-CoV pandemics? After a year and a half, what has the pandemics left behind? So trying to recover all what we have been learning for this 2 wonderful weeks and trying to sense what the courses has left in me, I changed the questions. So what I want to explore is how we can transform this conflict and help reduce the implicit violent potential of this unprecedented global virus. Can we humans, in spite of everything, use this pandemic to help building peace? The coronavirus pandemic has highlighted numerous problems in our society, exposing human fragility. Of course, death, grief, loss, and misunderstanding at all levels of society, economic crisis, increasing levels of poverty and malnutrition worldwide, health crisis, social crisis, political crisis, ecological degradation, sorrow. Of course, the world is temporarily closed. Racism and xenophobia, exclusion, hatred, intolerance, distrust. It has evidenced the deterioration of society, increasing the defensive left of the marginalized and social injustice, inequities among the most vulnerable, and increasing structural violence. We have seen poor hospitals and the global inability of a health system to manage and control the pandemic, shortage of medicines, respiratory devices, unavailable beds, structural violences, as Gautam points it away. Depression, anguish, unequal power relationships between the South and the North, evidence in disparate vaccination processes worldwide. And most importantly, the loss of the other one, the hugs, the caresses, encounters with family and friends are still prohibited. Contact with others became synonymous of terror for fear of contagion. Even funerals are banned. We're seeing a dehumanization process. We have become modern Antigone because we cannot bury our dead. We have to resign ourselves. We have to accept humbly that that small box with ashes belongs to our dead loved. And we have denied the right to give good grief and mass for our dead beloveds, or to be buried in the anonymous tombs and graves. So dehumanization process is what we are seeing with this pandemics and coronavirus. And yet, there are reasons to believe in humanity. COVID-19 has shown the underlying structural causes of violence. It has developed creative capacities in the face of the conflict. It has generated new scientific knowledge. The vaccines have been proposed in record times. Education and awareness. Common learnings from pandemic crisis. We're all learning from each other, from communities and from the crisis. Generosity, of course, dialogue. Strengthening empathic relationship. Greater commitment and solidarity with the others. Nonviolent interaction process. Family time at home, precious family time at home. Caring for the others, and of course, peace. So I want to make the relation between the ethics of care and COVID-19. The ethics of care is a proposal from Philosophy of Peace from Irene Cummings, who talks about a relational ethic, where what matters more than duty is a relationship with people. Considers that rationality must be mixed with emotions. It focuses on direct and almost personal involvement and commitment with others. The ethics of care acknowledge that the needs of the most vulnerable people requires a sui generis approach, one who claims for our own social representation result from the relationship with the others. It invites us to recognize the fragility and vulnerability of others. It combines the well-being of human beings and nature. The ethics of care exalts empathy with those migrants, refugees, foreigners, poor, different, alien to our culture, the other ones that we reject all the time.
Sorry,
It proposes,
it's 1 minute left.
It proposes listening, compassion, indignation in face of suffering. The ethic of care rescue the importance of emotion, no matter the gender. It exalts relationship as a source of construction of our identity. So I believe that tenderness, kindness, compassion, collaboration, resilience, empathy, caring is a political act. And it finally is what makes very deeply human. And I believe that humility and generosity, finally love, is what we need to change and transform this conflict and to be what we were before, what we still are, human beings. Well, that's a picture of me, of my family, which it's very important in this sorrow condition of COVID-19. So thank you very much. I've been very grateful for sharing with all these people from all these nationalities and knowing to each other and hoping we can hug each other sometime. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alejandra. So we're going to the next presenter, Abdullahi.
Yeah, ready.
Yeah. Time's yours.
Sure. Okay, sorry. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, I think it's working. So sometimes I feel some problem with my connection on my computer. So I think my screen is working. Yeah, my name is Abdullahi Ali Adam, and I am from Somalia. I live in Malaysia. I am doing my master's degree in sustainable development practice. So, I think you can see now.
Not yet.
Hello.
Not yet.
Not yet. I don't know. I have a problem. Any progress? I think it is still is not working. So
yeah, it's on process to show up.
Yeah, you are sharing. It says stop sharing. I don't know.
It's a connection. I think it's the
maybe it's the connection of mine. Maybe it's the connection. Stop sharing. Sorry, yeah. Sorry for the connection. I think I have a network connection problem. So
or maybe if connection still, becomes a problem, you can just open it in your PC, then you just explain it, maybe, Abdullah.
yeah,
And you can share it later in the WhatsApp group, your presentation, maybe.
Okay. So today I want to discuss about international course on peace and transformation and peace building. So what I am going to focus on is to more focus on peace circle. So as we all already know, peace circle is one of the tools that we can use for our peace building and peace conflict transformation and resolution. At the same time, also it is not a new method that we can use. Already have been hundreds of years. Have been used. To make conflict resolution. So at the same time, what's called Nelson Mandela is one of the because one of the leaders. He was asked because how can you get this leadership? Then he answered that he used to go with his father because his father was a community leader. So he said, my father, because the participants used to come together and to sit as a circle, and he said my father was the last person talk. So we know that this peace circle is very important. It's a method that we can use. At the same time, I want to discuss about something related to this ecology, as I am from Master in Sustainable Development. So this ecology is very important because when we use our resources, our environment, for example, we make overfishing, for example. If we make overfish, and for example, a particular fish or a unique fish, so we are going to finish all these kind of fish. So at the same time, we will get that will be limited fish, or the valuable fish we already finished. So at the same time, this also leads to conflict, conflict and war, because we all humans, we are competing for each other to take the resources. So most of the conflict is based on resources. So the second one is like that deforestation. Deforestation is one of the main issues on the ecology, because as we make more deforestation, because it causes like a clear cut for the deforestation by using two purposes. The first purpose is like household use, and the second one is commercial purpose. So the household use is like a peaceful way, because these people only take a limit of resources for their consumption or for their household, where the commercial use is like commercial because they are getting benefits. So they deforest the forest, the trees, everything, every resource, not only trees, also in other resources. So it is very important, because also at the same time, if we clear cut of our forests, so we are leaving nothing, because so we at the same time we are the people, those are creating the conflicts and such these and tensions for the resources. So and next I'm going to discuss about a case study, which is conflict transformation through dialogue, as a case study in Somalia, because in 1991, there are oppositions or clan leaders, those come together, they divided each other based on clans. So they tried to destroy the government that was controlling in Somalia. At the same time, the president was Mohammed Siad Barre. He took the power in 1969 as a military coup. So they destroyed the country in 1991. So what I'm going to discuss about from 1991 to 2000. Until 1990, until 2000, there were conflict resolutions and transformations. Those facilitated by neighbor countries like Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, because the purpose of this conflict transformation and coming together with dialogue, it was to make peace or to build peace and to disarmament. Yeah, for the clans, tribes, those have been fighting each other. So it was very important conference. I think from 1991 until 2000 or 2004, there were more than 11 conflicts, 11 conferences, yeah, for peace and building, yeah, coming together with different clan leaders, the warlords of even, yeah, because the leaders, those have been leading the conflict and the war inside the country. So they come together to talk, to discuss the issue, what is the main issue. So at the same time, in 2004, yeah, they elected a president which was Abdullah Yusuf Ahmed. It was a very beneficial, a very important conference, because yeah, from 2004 until 2012, it was like we have a government which named transitional federal government, because as we can see, the title of our program is like transformation. Our government was from 2004 to 2012 like a transitional federal government. Then from 2000 to 2000 until now, it's a federal government. So yeah, you see that coming. Yeah,
it's 1 minute left.
Yeah, coming together through dialogue, sitting, talking about the issue, what is missing you, what is, yeah. So coming together is a very important, yeah, technique that we can discuss our people, our community, our subgroups, even individuals. So yeah, because that is very important. Although sometimes if you look for these processes, it was a wonderful, but at the same time, the result that we get is like a good result. But at the same time, we didn't go deep, because as our program, our committee is like a deep network. The solution was not deep. It's like some transitional or transformation to get better until final. Yeah, so that is what I decided to contribute with you. Even I will share with the PowerPoint through WhatsApp group. Thank you. That is all from me.
Thank you, Abdullahi.
Thank you.
Well done for the presentation.
Okay.
For the next presenter, we will put a timer so that you can see as well the remaining time. Zikri, Zulfan, you will do it, yeah, for the next presentation. So we're going to the next presenter, Mahda.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Can I share screen now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Can you all see my screen?
Yeah.
Is it clear enough?
Yes.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Manda. Today I'm going to explain more on the peace building process in the case of West Papua. This was been addressed by Ibu Priska and Ibu Yanti on the peace building, as well as Miss Aisha did mention a little bit about Aceh as well. So this peace building was interrelated between West Papua and Aceh. Okay. Next. Okay, so basically, what I'm gonna explain now is, if you can see here, Indonesia. Sorry, if you can see here, this is the the map of the province of West Papua, and this is the current maps of West Papua, and this was the last map of West Papua. This was somewhere in 1949, which you can see there. The upper side of Indonesia was handled by the British, and all those in red was handled by the Netherlands. And however, those on the right hand side, you can see the Netherlands, they are in different color because the Netherlands, the Papuas was in different color because the Netherlands was supposedly preparing something for West Papua. However, since the outbreaks coming up and Indonesia was announcing the independent days, and they are asking Netherlands to pass all the territory back to Indonesia, including the West Papua. So this is the background. Sorry, this is the background from 1949 to 1950, where the Free West Papua, the Dutch East Indies, passed it to change to Republic of Indonesia, and then West Papua was transferred to was under UN provision in 1962, and it was given a chance to act of free choice. It's either in 1969, it's either West Papua wants to belongs to Indonesia, or they may decide themselves whether you want to be part of Indonesia or yourself. So, but if you can see in the picture there, the picture, can you see my screen? In the picture here in 1969, even though the title was Act of Free Choice, there was an army there putting gun to whoever footing. So for me, the issue is still going on, as even though the government of Indonesia has been given a special autonomy. However, the special autonomy has been failed due to lack of transparency. And this is a problem statement. I prepare all this. I make sure I prepare just like how we prepare our thesis or our paper. So for me, it will be easier for me to break down from the main issue, from the problem statement, and then break down to the solutions. So from the problem statement here, the Dutch East Indies transferred all the change to be a Republic of Indonesia. And then at the time, Dutch pursued to place West Papua under UN supervision. And hence the West Papua was given the referendum of Act of Free Choice. However, the root causes here is self-determination, and then political violence impact, and recognition of the indigenous Papuans. Again, last time, we also talk about the indigenous people. So here as well, in the case of West Papua, we combine three, which self-determination, and then political violence, and as well as the recognition of the indigenous Papua and indigenous people. So moving forward, it goes to the outbreak, which Free Papua political movement, or we normally, for Indonesian, we call it Operasi Politik Militer, OPM. And moving forward, they're still happening, but the outbreak changed name into the army movement. So the last thing was the agreement. So in 2001, the West Papua was granted self-rule by the Indonesian government in Jakarta. The self-rule legislation agreement is well known as a spatial autonomy, which never fully implemented. The spatial autonomy is something like the regional side of, because Indonesia have like 33 province or something. So each of province, they are given roles, soft roles to manage their own province. So from there, in 2011, the unit of accelerate development in Papua and Papua Barat or West Papua province was established. This was given by the government. And then this agreement was done by the Indonesian government and West Papua. And in 2013, the Spatial Autonomy Plus, this is another spatial autonomy, was offered in order to replace the spatial autonomy which had failed, because the first spatial autonomy was never been fully implemented. So they given a Spatial Autonomy Plus, which the point inside is similar, but they just ensure that this is gonna be a how we call it, a transparency, which until now they're still suffering. The indigenous Papua as well as the people in West Papua are still suffering. So, and this is the theoretical.
Sorry,
yes?
Mahda, the time is finished more than 5 minutes. You can just make it quick, please.
Okay, so basically I just want to explain more on the peace building. So because we're having an issue in West Papua, we're having an issue on political, military, economy, and territory. So I use this peace building concept in order to achieve the whatever agreement in the future. So thank you. That's all from me. Thank you so much, Pak Ari.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Mahda. Congratulations for your presentation. We moving to the next presenter, Irfan Ali Khashi. Hello, Irfan.
Hi there.
Hello. Okay. Time is
Can
yours.
you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, just hold on. Let me put my cam on. I don't know.
Yeah, I can see your video.
Okay. So can I start now?
Yeah.
Okay. So my name is Irfan Ali Kazi, and I'm doing master's in chemical engineering. So the reason I have joined this course is because I had this thing in my mind that why is there conflict all around the world? I mean, at first I thought that maybe there is conflict in my own locality or the neighborhood, and then I saw this. When I was getting older, so I saw that maybe yes, it's only in Pakistan, but then I saw that there is conflict all around the world. So why is that so? I mean, what are the reasons? So this drive me to join this course, and after having such one of my best presenters, which I have seen so far. So this has clarified, the reasons and how to transform peace. So basically, I'm working on the factors of all the conflicts and way to transform peace. So conflict is like it's difficult to define because it can be used in many contexts. It can be disagreement between goals, emotions, and so on that can result in antagonistic interaction. But conflict is not always negative. It can be positive as well. For instance, like the current Olympics which are going on, or the competitive exams. Everyone tries to get the specific position, and it's positive. It's healthy. To know the reasons of why the conflicts evolve, it's because of internationally, if you see that the world is divided into countries, and every country has a global position. This position is basically based on power, and the power is again based on economy, military strength, human resource, location. and so on. For example, if you take an example of United States, of the location, firstly, United States is very far, and secondly, it is covered by sea on two sides with having two weak neighbors. It's a kind of a strength which gives US a power. And secondly, the states are run by humans, so automatically, states have adopted, one basic nature of human, that is selfishness. So hence, it makes states as selfish, and they worry about their own survival, and this is the reason why like war emerges. If you see the war on terror, like what happened, the world and the great powers wanted to survive, and that's why this war started. So the world again is divided into different countries, or the power structure, with US on the top, and then P5 countries like US, China, France, and so on. And then it becomes countries which have like less power, and then it comes there are countries which has no or very less power. So hence some countries try to align itself with the powerful countries. For example, some countries in the African continent or the Asian continent. Why? Because they want to have their say on the global politics. In the same way, again, countries have adopted one other nature of humans, that is to be respected globally and to survive. For example, Pakistan and India, if we take an example, Pakistan aligned itself with China. Why? Because after the first decade, Pakistan went into a security dilemma when US aligned itself with India in order to have a country in the South Asia, so which can be a partner of US to counter China. So this drove Pakistan into a security dilemma, and Pakistan wanted a country which is like one of the P5 countries, and which can veto anything which comes against the interest of Pakistan. So Pakistan aligned itself with China, and US, India aligned itself with US. Similarly, in a society, everyone wants to be respected and given importance, and this also caused some sort of conflict. Everyone tries the same, because it's a human nature, I think, that everyone wants to be
Sorry,
respected.
Irfan, the time is all finished. Can you make quick your presentation, please?
Okay. So I'll just go through it. I'll in the same way, the tribal enmities. Why does it start? It starts also because one wants to be respected, and another, it's the fear, which results in conflicts. For example, we have an area in Pakistan, it's tribal area called Chaman, where people people get killed because of fear. The fear is like, if I have a tribal enmity with someone else, and all of a sudden we come to see each other intently. So I don't have any intention to kill that person, but that person will think that I came to kill him. So in that way, it is the fear which would result in a conflict, and one of us would get killed. And another one is like, the other factor is the intersectionality. It includes class, race, and gender. And the equality is not why the equality has not achieved despite all this we have. It's because the gender, class, income, ability, etc. has called inequality. For example, we have a patriarchal society, it's, or we call them the white man's burden, which started that back in the 1500. So and the third one is that the conflict relationship with the history. If we see that the recent Black Lives Matter, it's not about just George Floyd or something. It has its deep roots connected in the past, such as the Abraham Lincoln and the Civil War, or the voting rights of the blacks when it was given in 1920, still the black women were not able to vote it, just because they were not given the priority, and they did not have their names in the voting registry. So another examples of conflicts related to history is that the War of Independence in 1857. It was not just because of the fact that it started suddenly. It had its deep root connected, like when the Britishers came to subcontinent, and then their harsh policies and their exploitation resulted in this war. I have another example, but due to less time, I'll have to move on. So in order to stop or minimize the conflicts, we must understand the dynamics, its history. History is very important because the real issue lies in the history. So if you go on to back in the history and you try to search the real reason, then you can, transform for peace. But if you look for the solution of the resolution of the conventional issues, peace cannot be transformed. So
sorry, Irfan, the time
just
is
30 seconds, and I'll just I'll just wind it up. So one may think that why conflict transformation is important, because to some it seems like it's a win-win situation, but to most of them it's not like a win-win situation. It's like the reason is that even if the peace is resulted, it cannot be the same as it was, because some things have been transformed into have been changed. So no one takes all the cake. So it's like win, lose, or something in related to that. So I think I have a lot to say, but due to less time, I'll have to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you, Irfan, for the presentations. Yeah, it's very insightful points.
Masari, may I quickly interrupt here? Can I just please urge the participants to keep to the time, because the more time you are taking, taking at the expense of your fellow participants. So please try to keep to the 5 minutes, and so that we can finish before midnight tonight.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry for taking a bit of a time. So my apologies.
No, it's okay. But this is for everyone, so that we have to keep. Unfortunately, we would love to give every one of you as much time as possible, but we have to keep to the 5 minutes. And my apologies once again to kind of restrict your expression, but just give the nutshell of what it is that you would like to present, and and for the sake of everyone else, so that we can at least try to finish as quickly as we can.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Prof, I have a question. Can we have presentation from John Fong and then take a break a bit, then continue?
Yes, it's up to the participants. Are you all okay with that?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, we can take a short break, but the unfortunate thing is that we are quite behind time. So think of it as if like we are in an airplane and we have got a destination, and we're trying to go as quickly as possible, but not at the expense of your presentation. Okay, so that I want all of you to have the most of it. So how long a break, Masari?
10 minutes.
Okay, wonderful. So we will have a 10-minute break. And once again, Irfan, thank you so much for your presentation. And we will continue in 10 minutes.
My pleasure, Prof. My pleasure.
Thank you. You will come back at 11:20 Indonesian time. Is that okay, Prof?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Zikri, Idam, can we go to?
So am I okay? Is it okay?
Can I start? So can I start?
Wait, John.
Okay.
You want to take a break? 10
Oh,
minutes.
take a
Is
break.
that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
it's after me.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No. No.
Oh, okay.
Take a break first, and
I'll take a
then
break first.
yeah, 10:20 we come back.
10:20.
11:20
Okay.
we come back.
Thank you.
Sorry
Okay,
for
no
this.
problem.
Thank you, John.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
We continue? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Time is yours, John.
Oh, I'm being disabled to share screen.
Okay. Oh, you cannot.
I cannot.
Zikri, Zulfan.
You should be able.
Okay.
Okay, before I present this course, this presentation is meant to be educational and not meant to criticize anyone or the government. Okay, thank you. Before this, I'm John. I would like to present my presentation on conflict resolution and politics of location in Malaysia racial tension. So there's actually a lack of conflict transformation within the racial riot until the present time. So I used the case of before that, I used the case of May 13, 1969, a racial riot that happened in Malaysia. So I have already looked through John Lidrak article by Dr. Jenny. So basically, conflict resolution perspective is very simple, and then compared to conflict transformation perspective. So conflict resolution is actually more direct compared to transformation, and it requires less time, and it can actually relieve pain and anxiety and difficulties within a short period of time compared to conflict transformation. So conflict transformation is more relationship centered and requires two-way participants. Then while conflict resolution do not need much relationship centered. Okay, the next thing is I would like to go on the May 13, 1969 incident. So it happened during our Malaysian general election in 1969, where the opposition parties, mostly on Chinese political parties, are actually gaining more votes at that time, and there was a racial tension at that time between the Malays and the Chinese. So there was a provocation to the extent that the Malays and the Chinese were provoked to kill and fight one another. So there are actually many people died actually, and until now it's under the official secrecy act. And then there are up to probably hundreds to 1,000 actually died, but we have no idea actually what the actual numbers are. So that at that time, 1961 was our first lockdown. No, 2020 wasn't our first lockdown. So at the time, this was actually our very dark moment for Malaysia history. So for conflict resolution, so the government just came out with Majlis Gerakan Negara. So it was known as National Operations Council. It was a conflict resolution. Then it was a function as the whole council. It was function as a caretaker government and sought to restore rule of law and to steer country towards national reconciliation. So the next thing is that because of the Chinese party, they were going strong. The government is also has taken in the Chinese party to be part of the government. So that was the conflict resolution. There's no conflict transformation that happened at the time. So the next thing is because there's no conflict transformation for our racial riots. So the thing of racial cards, they're often being used in the current event. So right now, thankfully, Alberto is not in one of the pictures in Operation Lalang. And then, of course, in 1987, so the Ministry of Education decision to appoint some of the 100 senior assistants and supervisors to Chinese medium primary school. So they are actually these people are not trained in Chinese, and then there was miscommunication within the Chinese schools principals with this employment. So there are protests by the Chinese school and some of the politicians that actually went against the government at the time. So then the government decided to invoke Ops Lalang, and then they were all detained under ISA. But again, this was actually it was actually an excuse. Racial issue was actually an excuse behind all this. It was actually at that time, it was the UMNO election in 1987. UMNO is one of the largest Malay party in Malaysia. And then it was an internal crisis that happened at the time where Mahathir and Tunku Razali Hamzah was actually competing with the in the election. And Mahathir was actually, the party was deregistered to the point that it was a lot of internal conflict. So Mahathir need to silence his opposition at the time. So just it was a racial cut issue. It was a racial issue that was brought into this problem. So as for now, currently, again, racial issue again keep appearing every day now and then, because right now the government is now threatened again. So they have used the racial card again over and over again. So we have the ICET, the International Convention on Elimination on Racial Discrimination. It was said that it will threaten the Malays' privilege, and also we have the death of Muhammad Adib Muhammad Qasim, because he was actually killed in a very small riots between the Indians over a land issue. So then it's over time. This is actually what Dr. Joanne was actually telling us about. And then of course we have actually the good thing about social media, we have memes, and then this is actually one of the songs that they actually dedicated to our government. And yeah, if you're familiar with Backstreet Boys and Brooklyn Nine, you can just sing it. And then of course, and we have more memes that to reflect on what is on the government right now. So this is all the positive side that the social media has evolved, and memes that we can use to counter the government the counter government for now. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, John, for the presentation. Okay. Okay, it's enough. 5 minutes. We're going to the next presenter, Saddam Hussein.
Yes, sir. Can I continue?
Yeah, time's yours.
Okay. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the entire ICCP team for putting in so much effort for such during this hard time of COVID-19. In this course, I have learned many ways how to solve the conflict and how to avoid the conflict. The topic which I have selected for my paper is basically the conflict between the two states, which create too much tension for them and for the entire South Asia, insecurity for the entire South Asia. Basically, I'm talking about the issue of Kashmir. The topic which I have to present in my paper is that the diplomatic response toward the requisition of the special status of Indian occupied Kashmir in 2019, basically a requisition of the special status of Jammu and Kashmir, illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir into the two union territory, gained diplomatic response from the international community. In this way, as most of us know that during the period of from 1947, there is a conflict between Pakistan and India on the disputed territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Both countries considered as is their parts, but they have fought many wars on the Kashmir conflict, but till they cannot handle it. So after the 5 August 2009, when the issue of the Indian has illegally abrogated the Article 370, so that's the why it has created so much tension in the Indian occupied Kashmir area peoples. So I will try to highlight the historical context of the conflict, and also that why the reasons behind abrogation of the Article 370 and what are the main causes about these. And I will also try to explain that's how the diplomatic response of many countries toward this conflict, such as Pakistan, China, Turkey, Malaysia, Iran, United States, United Kingdom, European Union, that how can they play a role, their diplomatic through dialogues and peace circles. Because this is the conflict which has created too much tension for us. In this way, as we have studied in this course, that dialogue is the only solution for any conflict that we can solve. If we take the example of Afghanistan, as the US has started war on terror after 9/11 in Afghanistan, until they are now going toward the dialogue with Taliban, because the dialogue is the only solution for any conflict. So I will try to highlight that how diplomacy and how dialogue can work to solve the conflict of Kashmir issue between Pakistan and India. And I will try to highlight the main issue there. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Saddam, for your presentation today.
Thank you so much.
So yeah, Nur Alia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. I think I can start now. Okay. Hello, assalamualaikum, everyone. Annyeonghaseyo. Ni hao. And hello. So today I'm just going to be very brief about what I've learned and throughout the 2 weeks course. And as you can see on my screen, I hope it's large enough. I'm not really sure or understand how to. Yeah, so today I'm just going to review on what I understand and why I joined this course. Similar to Irfan, and I believe I could also take how Dr. Jenny view her approach towards the conflict in the world. I view the same. I always see the issue, the breaking news in the world. Like I question, I question myself whether or not we can stop these negative events, and if so, how? And if it's possible, is peace achievable? And every time during my class, I always, during the class that I have in my university, I always question my lecturers on how we can approach this. So the issues such as the oppression of Israeli forces towards the Palestinian is really what triggers me into joining this course. I really wanted to understand on how to peace build, on how to make peace, on how to build peace. And throughout the course, I noticed that everyone is approaching on the same idea, which is peace or even conflict transformation. But there's a lot of networks, I would say. We've already learned that on the two previous classes. I would say a network of peace. I believe deep network is also wanting to achieve that, right? To have dialogue, engagement, empathy, and peace building on resolving issues. And this is how I see it. The input would be, I am triggered by the events that is happening in the world. And I came across this course from my friends, and I just thought like, oh, what can we learn? On the list, we've seen that there's a lot of approaches into peace building. There's a lot of things to learn about peace. There's not only about how can we do peace. We need to learn about the historic factors as well. And all of the classes, when we have discussion, I've learned on the perspective of the people in this class about the conflicts that is happening in their own land. And that goes the same in Malaysia, which I believe John have already highlighted that. So the output, I believe, we wanted the same. We wanted this world to be a peaceful world. We wanted this world to be a place where we can live harmoniously. That's why I highlighted that although we are diverse, we are united in some sense because we believe on the same thing, we wanted to achieve on the same thing, to which I sometimes question, like, what can we do on the operational level, What if you guys here, academicians or not, like we know Irfan is not coming from the background of international affairs, for instance, and Ines is also, Ines is also focusing on the operational level of peace, for instance. And maybe what can we do, what can we do to influence the people? Can we implement what we've learned here into the political arena, for instance, because as what Bu Ines has already mentioned, that the political arena is sometimes people who have the power, people who have the knowledge, they forgot the values. And I believe the thing that needs to be highlighted are the values. So we go back into one word that I really love most of using is blossom. I believe this is highlighted by Pa Alberto, that throughout the class, I think that apart from my brain, apart from my thoughts blossoming, I feel like my heart is blossoming too. I believe we have to touch on the empathic views, and I think I have 16 seconds left. I just wanted to conclude that what I've learned is there's a lot of stories to tell. There's a lot of narration that people would give, and we have to see it, you know. We have to see it to understand it. We have to listen to understand it. Hence the reason why active listening is important. Peace is feasible. Peaceability can be done. And there's more than one approach to applying peace. And I guess that's all. Sorry to take a lot more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ayla. Okay. We're going to the next presenter. Now, Roji.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mas Park Airy. Okay, so as my friend Alia has talked about the whole course, and I would like to reflect on it also a little bit more, because it would not be a word, it would not be word enough for my side if I didn't mention, you know, all those valuable insights that we've gone throughout this course. So in those 10 days of the course, the various presenters from the different fields have profoundly guided and engaged with us, bringing all the possible dimensions of theoretical and practical framework on conflict transformation and peace building. Whether it is a peace circle by Dr. Gloria, conflict transformation of Dr. Jennifer Murphy, the role of dialogue of Israel and its relevance by Dr. Michaelis, peace education and its importance by Dr. Sofia, the importance of nonviolent communication by Dr. Vedavyas, and not to forget the peace ecology concept of Park Alberto. The role of race in creating conflict and decolonizing peace by Aisin and Dr. Carlos. Key conceptual frameworks in peace psychology by Dr. Xu Fang Lo. The moral philosophical part of the course, which are empathy, love, compassion, and peace, beautifully presented, you know, by putting important elements of peace building were beautifully presented by Dr. Isidio. Also, conflict prevention framework and conflict resolution within peace building in the case of Indonesia by Dr. Nuryanti and Dr. Priscilla. Certainly, you know, it dwells in depth on how sustainable peace can be achieved in multicultural conditions in Indonesia. And of course, Peace Culture and Culture of Peace by Dr. Alexander through the lens of anthropological concept of ethnographic methods and contributing to develop on an eco-peace system. And last but not the least, Media and Peace Building by Dr. Juan Lim, where Dr. Juan focused on how peace can be significantly distorted by mainstream media and how we can use the new or social media platform as a tool for peace building. During this course, various case studies on indigenous people of different countries, such as from Indonesia, from Philippines, from Malaysia, even from the remote areas of Africa have been analyzed. Presenters were able to make us enjoy a lot from letting us to perform certain exercise and making us to share our part of stories and experiences also. These activities have made us to engage one another, forming a harmonious and a healthy environment. So the various theories and the concepts presented in this course are interlinked and interconnected in some way or the other. I belong to the northeastern part of India. It is a very conflicted zone. The course has helped me to acquire deeper knowledge and clarity that will help me able to develop various viable conflict management framework in building peace in my region. Maybe I can start from through literatures or workshops from the grassroots level in my area, In this regard, I would like to put one of the most essential components of conflict transformation and peace building, that is nonviolent communication. So I'll begin with the definition and the term, what it means. So the term nonviolent communication means communication made using a language that does not hurt people, respectful and thoughtful communication, communication that shows love, compassion, and have empathy for others. The means of communication should be open and flexible. Active and deep listening is an important element to develop nonviolent communication. And it should further avoid stereotyping, moralistic judgments, evaluative language. It should avoid negativity and anger while speaking also. The conversations we had should be positive and progressive. The flexibility of ideas by integrating with other people's view should be inculcated to have a better and profound result on the topic we had discussed. Another important element is the constant showing of gratitude while speaking. This will not only feel positive, but also a powerful engagement for reconciliation of any bitterness towards each other. The important objectives of nonviolent communication is to connect with people empathetically. By empathizing, one can touch the humanness of others. And another important aspect of nonviolent communication is to have compassion and empathy for other living beings also. To sum up, if we indulge in nonviolent communication in our daily lives, we can avoid the maximum stress, negativity, conflict, hatred, and all the elements of ill feelings, thereby promoting a healthy mind and soul. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Roji. Well done for the presentation.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Okay, we're going to the next center. We have Raninta Salwa. Raninta, are you around? I can't see Raninta's in the participant list. Okay, yeah, okay. So we can skip Salwa because he's having VCR test. So the next will be Ayat.
Param. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I will share my screen. Just a minute. I don't know if you can see it now. You can see?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ayat, and I am from Jordan. I will talk about the peace, which is one of the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. Just a minute, I want to avoid this one. ICTP prepares us to search for solutions to situations of conflict and violence in dialectic manners, for example, solving the problems, dialogue, taking into account new development techniques. Ready for dialogue, ready for positive change. Transforming violence for inclusion, democracy, and dialogue to the youth is essential for securing a strong future for the world. Dialogue, no word peace without peace between religions. Every year in Jordan, we participated in multi-faith activities such as prayers and gatherings, encouraging mutual understanding and a common approach to moral and social issues. People often think that they are in dialogue, but mostly it's a discussion or debate. The goal of the most discussion is to improve some points to others. So it's all about communications. Working side by side not only help us to get to know each other better, to establish friendships, but also results in improving a community we share. I will give you one example. A hand with 5 fingers. From a narrow view, we can only see one finger at a time. Each of the 5 fingers exists independently. However, from a wider view, we can see that the 5 fingers are connected to each other, even though each finger is different from one another. So all of us from different countries, different communities, different backgrounds, but all of us, we want peace. Conflicts arise from misunderstanding, which arise from miscommunications or lack of the communication. So it's all about communications and active listening. Technology have been two-edged sword. If we use them wisely, they are great servants. On the other hand, we could become salvos to them. Social media is about creating a dialogue, not a monologue. Learning for peace aims to transfer relations at three levels: policy, community, and individual levels, using multiple elements of education as entry points such as gender, youth, teacher training, access, conflict-sensitive education, early childhood developments. And we need to remember the hashtags that we used yesterday. Women are caring for peace, peace, peace. We want peace. We must have peace now. And thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Ayat. Is it finished?
Yes.
Okay.
I just go through all the points that we
Okay.
went through them.
Thank you so much. We're going to the next presenter, Liliane, Kiki.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. Ni hao. Kalimera. That's Greek. Okay, I can start by talking about peace is talking about everything, about something that we have every day, every minute with us. It starts with when we greet people, we say peace upon you, assalamu alaikum. So it goes with us every day, every single minute, every time we meet people, with communication, with everything. It's a way of greeting all along our life until at the end, when we die, we also have peace with us because we wish people to rest in peace. So throughout this course, I'm gonna like talk about something that to take home, like things from the course we learned. The peace circle is a virtuous circle. It's a transformation. We follow pedagogical principle, the 7 C's as taught by Pak Hari. Cooperative, conciliatory, considerate, others, committed, critical, cooperating, conciliatory, and all the other, those one. The peace circle helps us get our balance in all components, it helps us, how can I remove this? To reestablish, to get recharged with energy, to get connected to the other, peacefully connected, and to get to our healing process. We also talked about conflict transformation. This is through dialogue for sure. It's a win-win situation. How can I remove this? Psychopolitical diagnosis and dialogues to get to action, to get to collaborative actions, introspection, understanding, learning, communicating, active listening, and all of that. So all that through non-violent communication. So this will help us value other people, respect them, accept them, appreciate them, compassion. Sorry, I get my laptop battery. And and understanding with lots of openness and flexibility and a constructive way of treating the others. As for peace ecology, it's very important for people to have really access to all resources, healthcare, education, economic, and all of that. Cross-fertilization is an important component, protection of the communities and culture. For it to be sustainable, to get really to the social justice and for all people to meet their needs, and to reach a ecological generation. In peace psychology, we have to understand our emotions to be able to prevent violence and promote peace through empowerment of the others, accepting the others with total equality without discrimination, respecting the rights, and managing conflict. Peace is love, peace is empathy, peace is compassion. So through all of that, it's a cultural communication. Through this, this is one of the sessions I was giving to the refugees, and you can see people are just laughing, just being happy, just expressing their emotions without restrictions, with like, they are boys and girls, they are doing same as we all are doing. And this really helps into stepping forward in the process of conflict transformation, to accept ourselves, because this we all live on this planet and we are breathing the same air. We are also under the same sun, and we're gonna be buried in the same ground. So I think it's better for us to be really peaceful on our daily basis activity, just communicating with the others with lots of respect, and value the others. And diversity, I love colors, and you see all the colors are different, diverse colors, but they are coming all together. This is how people should be, regardless which ethnicity they come from, which social class, which education background, which nationality, which race, which all of that. So diversity is key to a peaceful. When we accept the others, it means that we're accepting ourselves to be in relations with the others. And thank you for being, I don't know now how to get back to the main screen.
Thank you so much, Lillian. I'm taking over from Mas Ari. So thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. And
I have to, sorry, to
okay. Zikri, can you, you just go down to the share screen in the bottom and you stop, and you click stop sharing. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next person we have on our list is Kafil Rana. Are you ready to go, Kafil?
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
So I thought my turn would be after 2, but unfortunately.
Oh,
so
sorry. Are you okay to go now?
Obviously, I would go.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. I should probably point out to you that what we are trying to do is to, we just have the list and we decided not to follow the time as close. Sorry.
Sure.
The allocated time, I should say, but you have to follow the time. You can see that big 5 minutes there for you.
It's perfectly fine.
Thank you so much. Okay, Kafil.
So let's get started. Am I audible, everyone? So I would be highlighting 4 dimensions that I think are important if we want to deconstruct the idea of conflict and peace. So that would be, the first one would be fragile global political system. The second one would be economic disparity. Third one would be climate annihilation. And the fourth one would be cognitive dissonance or mental dissonance from the society. So first of all, how I perceive peace, I would be very honest. I think peace is more like a utopian idea. But what we can do, we can mitigate the chances of conflict. We can reduce the possibilities of the conflict, and we can try to shrink the area of conflict, right? So how I perceive conflict, I think conflict is human history is full of conflicts, right? So, but I'm convinced that in history, throughout the course of history, we have seen that the conflicts only served a minority of the faction or a particular faction. So the conflicts have nothing to do with a majority. And now I would be highlighting the 4 dimension. That was, first one would be fragile global political system. I think after the Treaty of Westphalia and the rise of nation state system, every power or every so-called superpower must respect the territorial integrity or the sovereignty of the other nation. You just can't barge into someone's home and telling them, hey, we are here to save you. So I think this nonsense must be condemned, as we have seen that how US invaded in Iraq, in the Middle East, in Afghanistan, in various parts of the world. So what they have done to the humanity, we are aware of that. So now I would be highlighting economic disparity. I think neoliberal model of economy is just a disaster. As Karl Marx has said, that those who work for their masters, or for those who controls the means of production, they get alienated from their own product. So due to economic disparity, the people get alienated from their own surrounding, so they don't care for each other, they don't care for society, they don't care for this world, and they don't care for the nature. So I would be connecting this point with the climate annihilation. When you don't care for each other, when you don't care for this world, when you don't care for your surrounding, obviously you are going to hurt. As Dr. Alberto Ardier has said, that nature is being consumed as a commodity, or nature is being considered commodity. So we think that nature is something like slave, and the nature should serve us. So I think this area or this thinking pattern must be changed. Otherwise there would be conflicts, as we have been observing in Africa on a Grand Renaissance Dam. So what we have done to maritime ecosystem, it's more like horrifying. So I think we should change our patterns, how we look towards nature. So my last point would be cognitive dissonance. I think humans create a picture on the basis of their past experiences. Unfortunately, we all have very bad experiences in our lives. So we create a picture and we start hating each other, and we start this hostility towards other people. So I think we must try to repaint the picture that have been created, that has been created by the our early experiences, so that we can have a more peaceful or more beautiful world. As and we should communicate with each other, we should promote communication, we should promote love, and we should but that love, as Dr. Veda Bias explained, that the communication is as important as we take food. So take food in a better way, otherwise there would be a disaster. And I think we must stop listening to Trump, and otherwise what this world has been going through. So stop listening to him, and have a good time and have a good day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kafir. we will move on to the next presentation, which is by Dating. Dating, are you okay to go now?
Okay, I have it after lunch break.
Yes, of course you may. So you can come back later. And I think Alex, who is after you, is also away. Mohammad Salman, are you okay to go? Salman, are you?
Yes, sir. Is it audible, sir?
Yeah, it is perfect. Yeah.
All right, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. So let me just talk on a bit about dialogue, which our respected presenter, Dr. Michaelis Michael, has already done well about on the topic. So I'm just trying to deep into the relevance of the topic called dialogue in resolving the conflict that is going on in between Manipur and Nagaland in the northeastern part of India. So as per Dr. Michael, he said dialogue is bringing together of two or more conflicting individuals or groups in order to, find a common language so that they understand, appreciate each other, and then, giving more values, adding to truth and betterment. He also said that dialogue is not restricted to human spaces. It can be with the animal world, with the natural world, even with the cosmos. So dialogue is not exclusively anthropocentric, or dialogue is visible in non-sapient places as well. He also said three fundamental underpinnings of dialogue, that is truth, freedom, and respect. Why I'm digging into dialogue is because dialogue can do lots of wonders, considering the conflict that is happening nowadays. Dialogue can exactly, avoid the pitfalls of reaction and reactionary politics. Dialogue can also build more solid foundations or community growth, development, and empowerment. Dialogue can be also used to develop more effective communication between and within communities. So going further, who exactly can implement dialogue? The answer to this question is dialogue is an ethical approach, and so can be implemented by anyone who is guided by the spirit of dialogue. What is important here is not the person who is implementing it, but the sustainability of the dialogue. There are certain key requirements of dialogue. Let me point out a few of those. Faith in people and respect for the dignity of the human, enthusiasm and energy, perseverance, contacts and connections, people to people skills, organizational skills. So these are the few key requirements of dialogue. And there are also certain key principles of dialogue. Those are search for truth, listening as well as speaking, as pointed out by Khatami, discovery of the other and self, valuing what we hold in common, but also our differences, sharing the memories of the past, experiencing the pain of the other, working together to meet social needs. These are key principles of dialogue, as pointed out by Dr. Michaelis Michael. So let me just come to the conclusion. Let me just come to the conclusion by saying that, uh, going into what Dr. Michaelis Michael has said about dialogue, I'm now trying my best to find its relevance in resolving the conflict that is going on in between our state and our neighboring state, which is Nagaland. So I'm in the process, and I'm also looking forward to reading the book which is yet to be published, The Art and Craft of Dialogue, to be published by Dr. Michaelis Michael. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Salman. Sorry, I'm just trying to get myself comfortable in my chair. Now we have Akbar. Akbar, are you ready to go, Akbar? Akbar, are you there? Anugrah Akbar?
I think Akbar is not here, sir.
Oh, he's not there. Okay, that's fine. Then we have next on our list. We'll come back to Dilabar. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I can go for it.
Okay, thank you so much, Dilabar.
But
So
someone
you're-
has to help me out to share my screen.
Devia? Bisatolo?
Yeah, please wait a minute.
Okay.
Have you sent to us, Dilawar?
Should I send a presentation to you?
Yeah, you have to send
Yes.
the slides to us. Maybe you
Just-
can send the WhatsApp.
Just give me a minute. I'm right now. I'm sending it to you.
Okay. While you're doing that, Dilabar, is it okay if we go to Najiba?
I'm not sure. She was having a meeting in office, so I don't know if she's okay.
Okay.
With it.
Sorry about this. What about Michael? Are you okay to go next?
I shared my presentation.
Sorry.
I have shared my presentation.
Oh, you have. Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry for the. So
Should I start now?
okay, Devia, are you ready?
Please wait a minute. I have to download it first.
Okay.
Just a moment.
Sure. No worries. Yeah. And Michael, are you there? If you can go after Deliver.
Okay. Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay. Just wait for.
Okay. I'd actually thought of presenting when it's around 8 a.m. or 8:50 a.m. in Nigeria, because now it's about 6 a.m.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, don't worry. We will just go on to ones who can do it, and then we'll come back to you. Okay. So don't feel pressured.
Okay.
So
hi everyone.
So Delavar?
Yeah, I'm ready. Hi everyone, and this is presentation that I will try to complete it within 5 minutes. I have already taken around 1 minute. So this is the outline of presentation, the course, major learning, and how I will be applying. Why I choose this course, why I put myself in some of like between, although it was very difficult for professional person that if he or she has already commitment with an organization to work, and despite of that the family stuff and something else that is very difficult for some, at least in our context it's difficult. But why I choose to be part of this course? Because of my ambition towards peace, professional commitment, which is also related to the peace building, and my academic plan for future, which is the most important thing that I was trying to be part of this course. And second my interest was to acquire new skills, knowledge, and expand my network between the academia and also with other people around the world who are working with the similar theme. Why? The third why is because we are living in conflict surrounded area, mainly within the area that I'm living in Pakistan, but with the neighbor countries, both of the neighbor countries, we have a conflict. So it is better to understand to expand my horizon on the conflict theme and conflict transformation and peace building. That is, of course, a baby step towards my planned doctorate degree. Although it was very difficult for me to extract what should I share, but I tried to take some of these points. So the first thing that I wanted to share, that although I have been working with around the concept of peace, but it was first time for me to understand the concept of positive and negative peace. Even in today, if we are living in the arena, so although I can say that I'm living with a peace, but it has been ignored and a neglected perspective that it is a negative peace, that because we have been forced to be peaceful and somehow and not to raise a voice for the rights. And the medicine wheel was a reflective tool for me, because it helped me to reconnect to myself and to the nature and other people in the nature as well. It was one of my weakness that I could not focus on the entire 4 areas of the medicine wheel. But after learning the medicine wheel, so now I'm trying to reflect on it weekly basis, that where should I put my more time and should reduce. The politics of education location expanded my worldview, like engaging locally and connecting globally through values. Conflict styles, so earlier than that, I was thinking like any one tool can be applied for every kind of conflict, but I understand that every conflict has its own key to be transformed. Practice of dialogue. My earlier fellow already highlighted the importance of dialogue in the peace building. Peace education peace education and education peace on the critical perspective, although it was earlier in my perspective that we have to be more concerned in Pakistan, especially on the content that we have in schools, which may somehow, I can say, promoting less peace, or maybe opposite to it, that we have to be critical on it. Sorry. Non-violent communication, the importance of non-violent communication, although it was in the professional life we practice it, but in the patriarchal society, I personally I speak for myself that I have to be every time to be conscious on this, that my communication should not be violent in any perspective. Being a male dominant society, I will be more careful and more conscious on it. And the most important thing that which was a neglected perspective for my side, I'm sorry for that, the interconnection between the peace and ecology. So I was thinking like peace is only related to the people and the human being, but now I'm thinking in the other way, that peace and ecology are interconnected. And the conflict prevention, the role of I really enjoyed the Indonesian case of conflict prevention, that I guess there was some doctor from the Muhammadiyah University who said. And the one other point now I am critically analyzing the social media role. And also I like the idea of peace games. And yesterday I just discussed with one of my friends who were working with the young people, and they were having some support for young people, around 500,000 for a youth group. So I shared this idea with them that they can go for it and have peace games. They can have this idea. So I will be working and trying more for it. And this is one of the idea that I might take.
Michael, sorry, not Michael, Dilavar, your time is up, but can you make the last?
Yes. Thank you. I'm sorry for that. I took much time. These are the future steps that I will be, the peace circle concept will be, I will be trying to replicate air with the young prisoners and madrasa student.
Yeah.
And possibility of initiating a dialogue with the traditional values for conflict transformation and regular reflection on medicine. And thank you so much. I'm so sorry I took much time.
That's okay. Thank you so much, Dilavar. And Michael, are you okay to go next?
Yes, please.
Are you sure? Okay. So you had a strong cup of coffee, I'm hoping.
That's my video. Okay. Okay, I want to share my screen, and I'm saying that you cannot start screen share while the other participant is sharing. Okay, Dilowa, could you please stop sharing your screen? Oh. So can everyone see my screen now?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Okay. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. I'll be presenting on the topic peace, not just peace, but just peace. This actually is taking me to conceptualizing peace as not mere peace, not merely peace, but something that has to do with, you know, more ideas, more concepts than ordinary peace. Peace is not just ordinary peace, but it has to do with peace with reference to justice. Okay, so and that brings me to the conceptualization of peace. As we already may have known that peace has two distinct forms, the negative peace and the positive peace. Excuse me. So negative peace and positive peace. Where negative peace is the absence of war, and positive peace is popularly and usually referred to as the structures, institutions, and attitude that create peaceful atmosphere. And according to Galtung and Grewal, they actually support this notion of negative peace and positive peace with their own distinction of negative peace as the absence of violence and negative peace as pessimistic, curative, and they believe that peace is not always by peaceful means. And for positive peace, where positive peace is a structural integration, and positive peace is optimistic, preventive, and they believe that positive peace is a concept where you get to achieve peace by peaceful means. So this brings me to the pillars of positive peace as propounded by the Institute for Economics and Peace, where they believe that there are 8 pillars on which positive peace is built. And if these 8 pillars are strengthened, that positive peace would be achieved and of course would have sustainable peace. And as you can see in the image, you have a well-functioning government, sound business environment, equitable distribution of resources, low levels of corruption, free flow of information, acceptance of the rights of others, high levels of human capital, and good relations with neighbors. So this is the basis of positive peace. And of course, if you look critically at dialogue, which is a fundamental aspect of conflict transformation and peace building, you'll see the relationship between dialogue and the acceptance of the rights of others, where you are able to, and free flow of information as well. The relationship between these 8 pillars cannot be overemphasized because all of them are intertwined. While you are building one, you are also indirectly building the other. And if you are able to successfully build these 8 pillars, then you must have achieved positive peace. So dialogue, of course, ecology, technology, and the environment, and the recognition of the nexus between human rights and nature rights, nonviolent communication, empathy, love, and compassion, and media are all subsets of positive peace if we must achieve a positive peace. So, and when I think of conflict transformation, I always, have the resort to go back to dialogue, thinking about dialogue and the intentional resolve, and to create safe spaces as the vital ingredients of peace building and transforming conflict. So I also think of conflict transformation as making positive outcomes of an extant conflict in such a manner that parties involved in such conflict have their grievances turned into pieces of peace, which is the stepping stone for sustainable peaceful coexistence. So these are just slide pictures of some dialogue that I convened, that organization convened among traditional rulers and among information channels in some communities. And the other part of the topic, but just peace, which is talking about the presence of justice, has to do, I've broken this down and I'll be talking more on nonviolence and nonviolent communication. and according to Mahatma Gandhi, which says the world will live in peace only when the individuals composing it make up their minds to do so. Now, do they make up their minds to do so? It is by imbibing the skills of compassionate integrity and thinking of peace as a system. And when I talk about imbibing peace, the skills of compassionate integrity, I'm talking about imbibing the skills of calming their body and mind, compassion, emotional awareness, impartiality and common humanity, appreciating interdependence, gratitude, and forgiveness. These are all important skills for every human being to inculcate if we must live in peace. And of course, I will talk about the system thinking of peace as well, and peace education and culture of peace. Of course, we know that the peace, if we think of peace as a system, we'll first need to think of our biological system as it is. We know the biological system is interconnected, and if a part cannot function without the other. So that's how peace should be thought of as well. That peace is a system, it's a structure, and every part of it should work hand in hand. And to actually make good meaning of this, we need to explore the historical antecedents and cultural norms of communities, which actually give us where a particular community is coming from, where they are going, why they behave the way they behave, and how we are able to actually transform their attitudes and practices. Then we'll stress the need to address all forms of violence, both direct, cultural, structural, and ecological. We have different forms of violence, and if we're able to address these forms of violence, of course, we are tending towards positive peace and sustainable peace. So, lastly here, we have peace thinking as a structure and process. Yeah, institutionalizing values of peace, which is the absence of violence and the presence of social justice. This is all I have to say within this short period of time. And here I have just some pictures from some of the events we organized in the past. This is the UNESCO Culture of Peace that says respect all life, reject violence, share with others, listen to understand, preserve the planet, rediscover solidarity. So we now see that peace is a system that has to do with everything that is on the planet, life, life of humans, and the planet as well. And when some of our participants were asked, what does peace mean to them? They actually said that peace means a lot of things. We were able to just put this down: the absence of violence, presence of money, living in harmony, and sort of that. So
thank you, Michael.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih and sama-sama. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now, next on my list is Irma, but Irma prefers to do it after lunch. So is Adebola, are you okay to go on?
Sorry?
Adebola, are you okay to present next? No?
Okay.
Are you okay to present next, Adebola?
Yes, I can do it.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you are, sorry. You are another person who has, I was looking down on my screen and okay, you are above. Good. Adebola, please go ahead. What I meant is there are two of you. You need to unmute, I think.
Yes, I'm not ready for my presentation, right?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Present by 3:05.
Sorry? Oh, you're not ready? That's fine, because we wanted to try to go as, to try to complete as many as we can. But if you're not ready, it's fine. Can I go down to the next person? Dr. Malay Patel, are you ready to present?
Okay, I'm ready. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, please do. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, fine. I am a professor in management. So what I thought was, let me give you some brief about peace and conflict resolution. Small case study from India, a Bhutan movement. And now this fellow actually was a master in a non-violent communication, and what he did was he actually converted and convinced a lot of landlords in India to give away their massive lands, particularly to a lot of poor peasants out there. And he was a staunch Gandhian, particularly, who believed of a rural sustainable villages, particularly collect land as a gift to zamindars and rich farmers out there. So the mechanism is he went on foot and pursued the large landowners to donate at least one-sixth of the land, so the poorest of the poor can be actually accommodated in the mainstream economy.
Can you can you speak up, because your voice is somewhat soft. It's yeah.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's better, but yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. Go ahead,
Okay,
please.
so the target was particularly 50 million acres of land, particularly a pure actually gift. Okay, that is a donation of land a Bhutan worker would have prepared a deed, particularly. Then the first preference was given to the landless agriculture laborers, then to the farmers with insufficient land. The date was fixed, entire village gathered, and the beneficiary families were given land. Uh, those who received the donations were asked to sign the printed application requesting for a land, after which they were presented with certificates of having received land. No fees charged from the beneficiaries, and beneficiaries were expected to cultivate the land for at least 10 years, and he should land start within 3 years of the receipt of land. The positives were particularly the initial years, the movement achieved a considerable degrees of success, especially in North India, that is in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. And by 1956, receiving over 4 million acres of land as a donation. And by 1957, 4.5 million acres were being given. This movement helped to reduce the gap in haves and have-nots in the rural areas. There were some obstacles as well. The process was slow. There was a bribery out there, a donation of bogus lands, disputed lands, politicization, and lack of support. But out and out, they actually were able to do it because there was a strong spiritual support from Mahatma Gandhi, the freedom fighter of India. And Bhave's idea was of the land gift movement was to conceived in 1951, walk from village to village, appealing for lands to be distributed among the landless. Okay, so the larger idea which he says or shares with this, all revolutions has a spiritual at the source. All my activities are the sole purpose of achieving a union of hearts. The purpose of peace building is not to terminate the enemy, but to terminate the conflict. The resolution of conflict requires understanding, tenacity, courage, and strategic skills. It requires a dialogue, talking with the opponent. This method may not always succeed, but nor does the violence. This is what Mahatma Gandhi says about this. The conflict resolution, transformation, and peace building done by Vinoba Bhave had three techniques out there. One is non-violent communication. He was a very soft-spoken leader, particularly. He convinced people, particularly by heart, transforming their heart. Secondly, he had an actually a zeal of a servant leadership, where the leader goes and actually serves the larger community out there as a servant. And finally, a gift economy, where he just asked people to give the large landowners a small piece of land, so that there might be a peace in the entire village area. So he wanted to have a transformation from transaction to trust. Correct. So this is a case which is actually a landmark case in India, where without no actually legal liabilities, no coercion, just with a negotiation and actually pursuance of the people, he was able to convert particularly uh, the landowners to give away their land. And this is actually an achievement in itself. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malay. And Now what we shall do is we will go for a break for about, now I need to talk to you about the break too. Would it be possible, if it's okay with all of you, that we have a shorter break for today? Would that be okay?
Sure, Professor.
So what we shall do is we will have a break now, Mas Ari, from 12:30 Indonesian time to 1 o'clock.
Yes.
Is that okay for all of you?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that. And so we will resume at 1 o'clock, and I think this will give us some time to end towards the end. We will have some time to talk about future projects and how we can all kind of come together. And so far the presentations have been fabulous, and there are lots of different ideas that have been presented, and I think it'd be good for us to at least have some time to think about those. So I will see you after your break.
Alberto, can I have just a moment?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I just wanted to say goodbye to everyone because I am going to bed. It's 12:30 for me now, and it's midnight. So we ain't seeing each other again, but I just wanted to thank everyone from the group, Alberto, Ari, and all the team. It's been a wonderful experience. I've learned a lot, and I'm very happy to have meet you all. I hope we can meet face to face at some point. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches. Is it correct? Buenas noches.
Buenas noches. Adiós. Muchas
Please
gracias.
take care. Love you.
Okay. See, I've seen pictures. Okay, the recording has begun. All right. Are you all back?
Yes, Professor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we will resume with the presentations, and let me just check the list I have here. So, Deeting, are you okay to go now? Deeting?
Yeah, I
Are
think
you-
I can.
You can? Sure? Okay. Are you okay to go?
Yes, I think, yeah. I will share my screen.
All right. That's wonderful. Thank you.
So you can see the slide, I think.
Okay, please go ahead. Yeah, start.
So I'm not going to do any reflections, I think. I'm just simply want to introduce this Asian Chinese philosopher who was in the Ming Dynasty. And like he was a politician, as the English introductions that I can find in English was, he was a politician, but in Chinese characters, we use this 治理者, which means a person who is going to cure or to manage the areas he's going to take in. So I don't like the words of politician, so I was kind of doubting. And there are two aspects that he used during his governance, or whatever it comes. The first one comes from the Confucianism, I think, and it calls 礼乐文化, which is using a lot of art forms to deepen yourself first, and then you will be able to communicate, understand, and build healthy relationships with the unknown. For example, like he used this approach to get close with the ethnic groups, in the areas. And the second one is the 乡贤文化, which is to use the local people to help them to deal in the conflict issues themselves, so as to foster the virtues or the goodness within everyone, and so as to create this friendly and healthy space to share. And the second, he was a military general, according to the English introduction. But I would prefer psychologist or a teacher, because when he was, handling those kind of conflicting issues, he was using the psychology. Like in our words, it's conflict analysis, but I don't like it as well. So I see the needs of the conflicting parties, and kind of after that, take actions to meet the needs of each of them. And this is the Chinese phrases that he used, which is he says it is very easy to arm yourself to fight against, but it is not easy to see the whole picture of the self and the others and the surroundings. Sorry for the noises. And the second is to 是上练质量质, which is to bring the teaching of practicing whenever you go and whatever you are doing. And he also bringing these processes to the battlefield, because most of his students was enforced to enter the war. And the last point is he's a philosopher, the English, but I would like to say sage, which the Chinese character is like 圣人. And he said that everyone is or can be a sage, since we were all born good. And we have this goodness within ourselves. And the problem is, how can you foster, how can you grow, how can you flourish that goodness within yourselves through every kinds of practicing and experiencing things. So it's I don't like the words peace. I think it's very much about to stay into the inner self and to be clear, transparent, and to keep the virtue that you originally have. And maybe you have to cry because you will saw the dark side of yourself, but it's just okay. And it's if every living being has a healthy inner self. So I think our relationships with the human beings, the creator, the nature will be healthy, and the space we are sharing will also be healthy. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. That was right on time. Okay. Well done. Thank you so much, Dating. Now, on my list, I have Alex, but I don't think Alex is here. And is there anyone who would mind or wouldn't mind going next?
I can go next, if that's all right.
Yes, Rafia is fine.
Yeah.
You want to...
So yeah, it's morning. It's still morning in Kashmir. So good morning, everyone. I'm going to present a summary of my reflective paper because my paper is too long and it will take an hour to discuss everything that I've mentioned there. So I would start now. So 12 days of rigorous hard work, grit, and determination. It has finally enabled, all of us to reach the end of this international course on conflict transformation and peace building. And to be very honest, this program has been very enlightening and it has added to my perspectives towards conflict analysis. Since I'm pursuing my majors in the same subject, it has helped me a lot. It has just polished whatever knowledge I had, and I got to learn a lot from each one of you. So it has, complemented my knowledge of peace building and widened my horizon to a great extent. ICCTP has been, instrumental in enabling me to acquire skills for conflict transformation that are a must for any peace builder who's serving his or her community. Honestly, all the sessions have been engaging and productive. I don't want to compare them because each session has been unique in its own sense. However, in the initial sessions, I was very touched by Dr. Gloria Abarca's session on peace circles. Especially in the discussion session, we shared our individual experiences, and I realized how value-driven a process it is, how it promotes understanding, how it helps us to bring multiple perspectives to table and builds on the value of respect, honesty, truth, active listening, so on and so forth. And how peace circles promote the art of storytelling. I strongly believe that everyone has a story to offer, and stories help people unite in their common humanity to help them appreciate the depth and beauty of human experience. So peace circles, they in a way help in bringing people together as equals to have honest exchange about, difficult issues and painful experiences. An atmosphere of respect and concern for everyone is created, especially in the breakout rooms. I saw people, with wide and divergent perspectives come together to speak candidly about their experiences of conflict, pain, anger, and, and leave those conversations feeling good about themselves and about others. So it can be said, that the participants of the peace circle, they benefit from the collective wisdom of everyone. They're not divided into givers and receivers because everyone is playing a role, of both. We are both receivers and givers. So yeah, it was quite an enlightening experience. And I think the reading section, like after the end of every session, we had a certain list of readings. I was mostly, touched by that little book on conflict transformation, which is authored by John Paul Lederach. So yeah, when I first read that book, I read that twice. When I read it for the first time, the first thing that came to my mind was the analogy of the duck, because I think that best, explains the context and the structure of the lenses that Lederach mentions in a very comprehensive manner. I just want you all to recall the imagery of a swimming duck in the water. It appears to be so surreal and effortless from the outside. It's just pleasing, the aesthetics of it. But it's only when we take a dip inside the water, we get to see the struggle that the duck is having with the water. I haven't prepared a presentation, but yeah, I do have a picture. Yeah, just a second. I'll share my screen. Is it visible? So this is how it looks from the outside. It's so surreal, it's so soothing. But what Lederach wants us to do is to see beyond what is being presented, the struggle that the duck has with the water for its survival. Am I audible?
Yes.
You are.
Yes.
Okay. I was like, maybe I'm just speaking with myself. And the session that we had on decolonizing peace, which emphasized, the importance of reclaiming the indigenous methods of conflict resolution, that was also very insightful. Furthermore, this entire program has allowed me to grow personally, professionally, and it has helped me to be a better version of myself. Lastly, I want to convey my special thanks to my favorite professor and Dr. Alberto Gomez, director of Deep Network, for his constant support, because that has helped me, in, stimulating my energy and keeping up with the program. Dr. Ari Paxi, Mas Edham, Badruzaman. After being the student, I can proudly say that I've learned from the best in the field. I also want to thank all the esteemed presenters who took out time and imparted knowledge to us by sharing their expertise. I also want to extend my gratitude to Zikri, Luna, Sassy, Zulfran, and Divya for their constant assistance, and all my colleagues. I have learned so much from all of you that, I'm going to cherish all the teamwork, all the stories that we shared, and the engaging discussions we had, especially in the breakout rooms, for the rest of my life. And the breakout rooms have a story. Since we know it's not being recorded, we had our cameras on and we used to have the most candid conversations. Thank you so much. I think I've just exceeded my time. Thank you so much, everyone. Love you all.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Rafia. After all those very gracious things that you have said about us, we just wanted you to have more time. I'm just kidding. All right. Now, is Akbar there?
Yes, I'm here.
Would you like to go next, Akbar?
Yes, can.
Hello.
Assalamualaikum.
Yeah, sorry.
Do you
Yes.
call me or do you call me?
I called, sorry, Anugrah Akbar.
Yes, Professor, I am here.
Oh, you're there. Would you mind going next?
No problem.
Uh,
No problem. Please.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
Who is
It's
speaking?
okay, Akbar. You can proceed.
Okay.
Okay, I think it's okay, Professor. I think I can start present mine.
That's wonderful. Okay. All yours, Akbar.
Allow me to share the screen first.
Do we call you Akbar or do we call you Anugrah?
You can call me Akbar, sir. Professor. Is it visible now?
Yes, it is.
Buddy.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to for me to present this and what 2 weeks that I've already experienced. I learned a lot of things, a lot of stuff that I never learned before. And first, I would start to explain what ICCTP mean for me. So what I can reflect, ICCTP has provided me such experience to understand the essence of peace and conflict in a broader perspective and deeper meaning instead of what I've known before I take the course. And I learned from the expert, but it's not like learning like a student and experts experience, but we engage in very active learning, and also participants from the various background, which allow me to have to get their perspective that I've never get before, and also I can discuss with a lot of friends as well. And the courses also enable the participants, I think, particularly for me, to connect more within what is peace building in more practical way. So I would like to highlight the concept of paradigm before I proceed. So I think when I talking about peace, it is very important to recognize the power of paradigm, because the paradigm is the source of all of the things that will follow all of our actions, what we make. So I believe that once we embed the paradigm of peace in our mind, so the peace itself will follow. So the rest will follow. So, and next is when I'm talking about the reflection of myself before and after the course. So I think I could conclude this reflection. So beforehand, I tend to think that peace is an utopia thing and defined by singular paradigms, and it's a matter of interstate and political range, because I think it's also influenced by my own identity, who we are. Yeah, and I'm an international relations student, so I tend to think that conflict is unavoidable and peace it's almost impossible to attain. But after the course, I learned that peace actually started within our own self, and um, it is such also is such a continuous process which I try to believe that instead of thinking that conflict is unavoidable, so which is conflict is the center of the attention, so I think peace should be the center of the attention, which we should uh, which we should think that peace is such a continuous process instead of thinking that conflict is such an unavoidable thing. And also I started to believe that every one of us could be the agent of peace. And what I've observed that all aspect around us is actually influence the creation of peace, which maybe we some kind me myself kind of underestimate what things around me, which is maybe from the very atomic things is actually influence the creation of peace, which Professor Alberto Gomez also introduced about the ecocentric approach in peace ecology, in which we should see more around us, particularly in our ecology, in our environment. And I'm also exposed with the significant of peace mindset because, yeah, as I explained before, that when I have the mindset of peace, I believe that I could manage to sustain a peace culture. And also, I can discover more about my identity to understand conflict around me. So I believe that peace is started from us. So these courses allow me to observe that I should have to discover my identity, and such as the context of politics of location that we have in the lecture presented by Dr. Jennifer Murphy, and from that I could understand what the conflicting things around me, so I could start to solve it. And from all of the courses and the lecture, of course, I have to conclude some things that maybe I could improve personally. So I perceive that I should try to interact with all aspect around me since it influence peace, and I need to maintain the peace paradigm in for my peace of mind and for maintain a peace culture. And uh, I it's opened my horizon as well that the communication is very important things, because communication is separated and unavoidable for us as a human being to interact. So it is very important to manage non-violent communication while we try to share our empathy, care, and compassion towards the others. And also, I need to understand the conflict around me and start to face it instead of underestimate the conflict itself, even the most atomic one. And to conclude, these 2 weeks has been work for the rest of my life, I believe, and I believe it's also the same for other participants as well. And the ICTP has restored the way I think about peace and guide me to manage the peace culture. And I think the most important one is evoking the sense of humanity inside every one of us, so we could develop the peace culture. So I think that's all from me, Professor. Thank you for the opportunity.
Terima kasih banyak,
So yeah,
Mas Akbar. Terima kasih banyak.
thank you, Professor.
Yeah. Okay. We will go to Salva. Salva, are you ready?
Hello, Professor. Yes, I am. Would it be all right for me to share screen? It's not much, but
Yeah, please do. Yes.
all right.
Okay. Can we? Yeah,
Ah,
we can
okay.
see you, but not your screen.
All right. I'm sharing my screen right now.
Sure. Okay. So do we call you Salva or do we call you Ranita?
Salwa would be nice.
Okay, good.
Ranita is just for formality.
Okay, so we'll call you Salva.
All right. So thank you for the opportunity. I must first apologize for missing my turn because I just got back home right now. And I guess there are several things that I'd like to reflect on this course, and all of you might be wondering, why is my screen a picture of roses? And they're also in odd colors such as yellow and blue, which is maybe some of you have encountered yellow rose, but I don't think any of you have encountered blue rose. So flowers have always have special meaning to me. So let me just explain first the definition of blue rose. So blue rose often being translated as unattainable or something impossible, while yellow rose is something that is always described as positive, the symbol of friendship, love, empathy, and compassion. So why is this picture here? This is exactly how I feel about peace after I was in this course. So the thing is, before joining this course, I was ignorant. I always considered myself as a realist, someone that thought world peace is something that is unattainable, impossible. Why would someone work so hard to achieve peace? When I joined this course, I realized the answer is one. The reason why peace is so impossible in my point of view is because I never done anything to try to achieve it. So when I saw people here is so dedicated with their study about peace, such as Dr. Surwandono with peace proposal, Dr. Jennifer Murphy with the conflict transformation, Dr. Alberto Gomez with his lecture about peace ecology, the lecture about love and empathy, I realized that these people here gathered here have done a lot of things to achieve peace. And also the Rumah Baca by Miss Enas, that leaves a really huge impression in me. So from thinking about peace is something that is impossible to attain, something that should not be achieved, something that cannot be achieved, I started to think that it may be possible for us to work together, to work as a team, to achieve peace. Maybe not world peace, but even peace in such a smaller state, in smaller area, is still considered as something big. So that's where my optimism that perhaps it's possible. The optimism of wanting to do more for people, wanting to achieve something, wanting to give more to people that is far underprivileged than me, those who lives in conflicted areas, those who doesn't enjoy the same privilege as me. And when I see these people doing that, and this is how I feel from feeling that it's just not going to happen into at least having hope. And I really hope that I can do something big as what people here have done, like educating us in to be more aware and etc. And second, I realized that I've taken everything for granted. My privilege, having good life, having good parents. When the lecture about conflicts, about issues, indigenous people and their identity being oppressed, I realized that they didn't get the basic needs that I don't have. And I guess I hope that those people who can't be here, who can't have a good education, can have better life. They can have better life in the future. And if I could, and I would try to, I'd like to give a better world for these people, like how everyone in this chat room have done their best to give the best life for people around them. So yeah, that concludes my presentation and my reflection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Salva. That's fantastic, and you kept to the time, which is an achievement by itself. Okay.
You're welcome, Professor.
Thank you. So the next person to present is Najiba, and after Najiba, we have Irma. So
Yes,
Najiba, are you ready?
sure, I'm ready. So I'm turning on my screen for the first time, I think. So anyone who has not seen me, hi, I'm Najiba. I have just come back from a very important meeting. I'm sorry I could not appear earlier. I would like to share my screen. Sharing my screen. So this is basically my reflection from the course, where I try to capture some very important element from these few days engagement. So for me, the most important part of the course was like there were few tools which I particularly like to speak about. Which includes that I like the concept of this, the peace circle in the storytelling element of it. I felt it was very engaging tool which can be incorporated in my own routine work. Basically, I work with young people who we call youth, 16 to 25 age old. Despite of the fact that working with peace on peace building, I was not very much aware of the concept of few concepts which were discussed in the course, like a positive and negative peace, and this aspect I'm going to consider while working with young people here in Pakistan. I would like this has further advanced my understanding on reading, reflection, and writing. In the same way, the medicine wheel, I must say that it was a wonderful tool of reflection and creating space as a person for me and for people who I work with and the overall society. There is another takeaway from this course for me is like when the session was on use of social media for peace transformation. I had an opportunity to reflect that how young people are subjugated to different stereotypical behavior here and not letting them use social media, and they actually don't really know that how to use it effectively. So this was very surprising and very enriching element of the course, that I learned that how video games or games can be used to for the conflict transformation. So this aspect was very important one for me. It's the same way that during the course that conflict theater dialogue was discussed, and this was very connecting for me, because we use theater for conflict transformation, but I didn't know theater theater can be used as a tool for preventing violence and escalating conflict. We cannot ignore the importance of communication or non-violent communication in conflict resolution or transformation. So the non-violent communication has broadened my understanding further. We use these tools with young people, and I know that how effective this is in my context, working with youth in from different ethnic and sectarian divides, and they actually do not understand how important it is to know about using non-violent as a way of connecting with others. I also understood the connectors and dividers in conflict situations and transformation of conflict towards the just societies if you want to work with. So I also tried, whenever I try to participate in a course, I try to see in every bit, I am more concerned that how I can apply it into my own work. Because if I do not practice what I learned from somewhere or from a course, I usually forget it easily. So this is how I thought that I can apply few of the areas from the course. Like one of it is peace, ecology, and the conflict transformation framework in specifically other as compared to other tools. So working with the diverse groups like ethnically or religiously or sectarian, having sectarian divides, I feel that theater dialogue can be an effective tool to give them an opportunity to interact peacefully. I will also be developing training session. I do a lot of trainings in Pakistan and outside Pakistan. So if I also understand that the conflict situation sometimes is very, very similar with young people to the Pakistani context. I'll be using few of the tools here. Thank you very much. Thank you to the amazing team. You all kept it very organized, and my time is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Najiba. And I should probably also mention that you and Dilibar run the empathy circle. How do you say that in Urdu?
We say it Hamdardi Ka Daira.
Okay.
Yes.
Sounds so yeah. It sounds so appealing in Urdu.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. And yeah, thank you so much, Najiba. Okay, we will move to the next person. Who, Irma, are you ready to go?
Yeah, Prof. I think I've sent my slide to the team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just give me a second. I'll just check with them.
Sure. Okay. Shall I start? Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Because my connection is pretty bad, so I'm not sure if you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, that's okay. We can hear you.
So, okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Irma Guzman Alonto, and I'm from Sabah, Malaysia. Peace greetings to all of you. So today I'd like to share some of my thoughts from my reflective paper. So for the past few days, I can conclude that I can't help but seeing the relation or connection of the topics that we've learned through the lens of human security concept. But I will not go through all the details of the concept itself, but I'm just going to elaborate some elements that I think is relatable to this course as a whole. So next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. First, allow me to introduce briefly about the human security concept. It is a concept that involves non-traditional security issues that aims to provide security to the society and views the security of an individual at the top of priorities. So as you can see in the slide, there are many small circles that surround the word human security. So actually they are the 7 elements of human security. But today I'm just gonna talk briefly about the 2 elements which
are community security and personal security, which I think are relatable with the sessions that we've learned throughout this course. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just briefly, political security is mainly associated with the threat of violence. So the term violence is rather wide, and it could be abuse, religious conflicts, cross-border terrorism, or any other form of physical violence. But I would also like to add that violence can also be done verbally, especially in social media. For example, cyberbullying, as what we've discussed during the session of Dr. Joanne Lim. So I think in order to prevent such violence to exist in our community, in our society, I personally think that the non-violent communication skills should come into the picture. As Dr. Veda has explained in his session, I think the 5 basic pillars of the Gandhi's non-violence, which are respect, understanding, acceptance, appreciation, and compassion, are important to preserve the personal security of the society. So second is the community security. So it is a component of human security, which link to the threats on the integrity of cultural diversity, discrimination against indigenous groups and refugees, and any other issues that denies the freedom of a community. So actually, I came across this element when learning about transformation, especially the sessions from Mas Idham and also Prof. Alberto that talk about the indigenous groups in Malaysia and Indonesia. So I myself think that the peace and innocence of the indigenous groups should also be preserved, but at the same time, their rights should also not be overlooked. So last slide. Yeah, that's all from me. Thank you. Thank you for all the amazing experience throughout this course.
Terima kasih banyak. Thank you so much. Is Irma? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Okay. So now, Adebola, are you ready to go? Or if you're not, we can go on to the next person. Adebola? Okay, let's go to, next on my list is Afifa. Are you ready to go, Afifa?
Inshallah, Professor.
You ready to present?
Inshallah, Professor. Yes, can.
Okay, terima kasih.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and very good day to all of you. My reflective view of the course title, Our Peace Aspiration. Basically, the reason I joined this course is due to my curiosity, why we have to endure all the destruction of war, although we are innocent, and not the cause of the war. Even we did not know at all how it has started. Suddenly we heard the missiles in the air, and the intercepting missiles, terrifying noises, fill our heart with great terror and trigger existential crisis from the existential threat, which is worsened when the COVID-19 struck. I had experienced post-traumatic syndrome disorder, PTSD myself, at the beginning of my stay here. I remember my neighbors taught us to go under the table if we suddenly heard any loud sound. I never imagined to live in a war zone area. That is how the word conflict buzzed me. I realized more about the conflict, especially in the Middle East, from our weekend recreative trip at the park where gender is segregated by circle as culturally accepted norm. I related the circle I had at the park with my female friends with the circle at Peace Talk Bu Gloria gave. It is comprised of the wives of the lecturers here. They originated from Jordan, Palestine, Syria, Yemen, Algeria, Egypt, Sudan, India, Pakistan, Cuba, Russia. Like in the circle piece, we relaxedly discuss about the conflicts we face, either about experiencing war here, new casualties, latest news on the issue, the ongoing or worsening issues in the Middle East, even the conflict occurred in each family. Stories goes on and on. We sort of knew the solution, as Bu Gloria said, it will have a magic to present the solution from the circle dialogue. Some solutions are not at our hands. So just endure like the war here in Syria, in Yemen, in Palestine, or the Arab Spring experience in Egypt, Algeria, or Sudan, even being marginalized like in Cuba and Russia as Muslim minority. Then I began to realize that the circle is not yet into conflict transformation, but resolution. In Bu Jenny's talk, she made me realize that I could actually relate the methodology I was exposed in the academic setting outside within the conflict setting with regards to post-colonial, decolonial, or indigenizing, as much as why we need to Islamize, like with the white supremacy here. The core is relevant to the conflict issue and on how we as humans respond to it. The case study from Indonesia and Philippines are also very revealing, and the Middle East should be educated as well as Pak Gomez and company already promoted. As a Malaysian, we are educated as a peace agent. So I'm already being actively involved in peace educating, especially through nonviolent communication within my peace circle in the park. Like when I was asked, why you did not curse? So I told them it was stemmed from my mom's education, who took it seriously to ethics, especially to say no to cursing, and reintroducing back the social ethics to promote social justice from the Surah Al-Hujurat to my circle, which is very relevant in maintaining peace in our peace ecology. Among the recommended ethics are to feel that all humans are our relatives, regardless of any factor. To always try to glue back broken relationships between two human beings from a grudge, not to feel superior. Maybe they are better than the ones who feel superior in many ways, like being men over women. Not to assume, but verify. Also to get to know people as interesting individual, as a person deep within, although from different races, ethnic tribes, countries, continents, because genetically we are related. It goes back to the belief system we have in our mind. Usually humans are good. They will avoid to have to deal with their conscience because it will be undesirably distressing. It was a normal thing for us to see child abuse, aggression among children, verbal abuse in the spark circle. By the time the unpeaceful acts are lessening, when I exchange experience and scenarios, how we are living in multicultural Malaysia. Also, the longer we are together with the frequent meetings at the park, we become closer to each other. So feel the love for all of us and missing each other too much during summer vacation annually. I feel happy to convey a Malay adage of peace promotion. Tak kenal maka tak cinta. Meaning if you do not get to know someone, it is hardly for you to feel love for them. When you feel love, commonly you will avoid harm and care for their well-being. That is important to maintain peace among humankind. Finally, it dawns on the individual's belief system makeup and attitudes that are influenced by it, like being known in the theory of reason action. Academically, I will continue to contribute to promote peace through the Islamic psychology in what fits us as Muslim in resolving the constant dissonance, especially cognitively. We are imposed to experience to accept the colonial way in everything. It is a way to appreciate and return back to our lost legacy and to being local in peace building efforts. And thank you all of you for everything. The Ecology of Discourse is a very deep, meaningful event in my life that will eternally mark my individual self-growth chart. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Afifa. Terima kasih banyak. And now Mas Ari will take over.
Okay. We continue to the next presenter, Fawaz. Is Fawaz here? Let me check in the participant list. I can't see Fawaz. Fawaz?
Maybe we go to Moji. Moji, are you okay to present next?
Moji?
Assalamualaikum. Can I present it?
Tuba, okay. Yeah.
Because my light went off and my mobile phone is not charged enough, so I have a doubt that I cannot be able to do it after 5 minutes. So may I?
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
When I started this course 2 weeks ago, I have a very doubtful definition about peace. So now when after these 2 weeks life go on, I think peace is a phenomenon which is hard to define, but we know what it is when we see someone in the peace, we know that person or that state or that community in the peace. We cannot define the peace at that way, that elimination of the war is a peace, or everyone is happy in your circle is a peace, because everyone is struggling their own efforts and their own worries at that time. So for me, peace is a thing we can enjoy when we see, and we can define it when we see it. As a Pakistani, as a Muslim girl, and luckily have a very opportunities in my life, I have very different location politics about peace or politics location of peace. So when I see my neighboring state like Afghanistan, I think elimination of the war is peace. For them, yes, elimination of the war is a peace. But for my society as a Pakistani, we are not in war, but we don't have peace. So we can, in the situation of Pakistan, we can easily assume what is negative peace and what is positive peace. During this session, we realized that during this session, as a student of IR, we realized that peace is a thing that comes from inside, not from outside. If as a student of IR, we say that UNO do that, UNO will do that, or other states will do that, IGOs have these duties, NGOs have these duties, MNCs can produce a peace, but it is not possible, which I realized, which I come to realize after this course and this efforts of your Dr. Alberto. So that when the peace is inside from you, you can automatically learn the active listening, non-violent communication. Someone is, when peace comes inside from you, so we can know what is the active listening, what is the non-violent communication, real meaning of dialogue, peace education, peace ecology, philosophy. Importance of local values can also be justified and also be appreciated during the peace system, peace circles. As a Dr. Gloria's session of peace circles, I am very big fan of that session, and Ma'am Gloria about peace circles and how can we transform conflict and spread peace from one person to another person because of these peace circles. We can give our inner energy, inner peace to the other person through the active listening, and only with the justice that I am here for you. I am listening to you. I am here for you. And that can bring peace to the other conflictual person. That is a very good and very big phenomena for the world. And as a student of international relations, so I want international peace. So I come to know that inner peace can transform to the society, and social peace can transform to the nation, and national peace can transform to the international peace, and we can live in that, we can wish for that international peace in a in the long lifetime, but we can pursue with the one person to another, with not only with the conflict transformation, but transformation of peace to one to another person. And at the end, I want to appreciate Indonesian government and Indonesian government's way of conflict resolution, because it is giving hope to me that we can resolve our issues, we can de-radicalize our population, our tribes, or our conflicts around, and other states can also transform their conflicts to the peaceful version. And last but not the least, I want to appreciate the efforts of Dr. Alberto Gon, and Mas Eri, Mas Idham, Sasha, Aisha Abubakar, and Divya, and so many people. I haven't come to know that active team who can actively participating as a participant or as a secretariat to resolving every issue and transforming peace through their project. And I love ICCCP at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tuba, for the sweet words, and then for your comments regarding the SSDV program and your reflective ideas about the presentation of the presenters. Okay.
Thank you so much, Master.
Stay
blessed.
Yeah, stay blessed. We continue to next presenter, Prof. Andrew.
Professor.
Yes, yes.
Okay, this is Moji. Maybe if I can come in.
Okay. You can go, Moji.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. I would like to share my screen.
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm trying to do that. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. I want to first start by saying that this course has really broadened my mindset and opened me to new perspective on conflict transformation and peace building. I have learned a lot from different professionals, and I've also widened my network through this course. And I can really say that I'm so privileged to be part of this training. And I really thank you, Professor, for giving us the opportunity. I am a young peace builder from Nigeria, and I have a youth organization that I am promoting peace education and peace building, looking at it from the young women involvement, mostly I engage in facilitation, training of young people, and I really find this course to have equipped me with a lot of skills that will help me to do my facilitation. And for the past 1 week that we've been having this training, I've learned new things, new words, and one of the most striking one is I find very, very, very important in my peace building facilitation is the peace circle. I really like the peace circle because it talks about how to create a safe space, for conflict transformation and for peace building. It talks about how to bring, diverse people together, maybe having people who are having kind of disagreements or disputes, or just to even create conversation among a diverse group of people. And if you look at the context of Nigeria, we have a lot of people, different ethnic groups, tribes, religious groups, and I know that peace building is one thing that talks about everybody coming together to be as one. So I find the peace circle as something that is going to be very useful for me in my work as a peace builder. I love the idea that the peace circle talks about creating conversation that is based on dignity, equality. I love that so much, and it's also talking about solution, people-led solution, creating people-led solution. And I find that's also very important, in my peace building work. And as a facilitator, peace building facilitator, I also love the idea of deep listening, active listening, creating atmosphere where people listen to each and everyone. I find that the peace circle is going to really promote my work in that aspect. So I'm going to be taking home some field techniques that I have learned through this peace circle. I'm going to be taking it home with me. I now understand, through this training that I can work as a keeper, as a peace circle. In the peace circle, there is someone who works as a keeper, and that person has the responsibility, of creating a safe space, of maintaining conversation that is respectful, of creating responsibility, having the responsibility of getting the attention of everyone, to contribute to conversation, and to also ensure the quality of the conversation. And I feel like this is kind of the work that I do. I'm going to be positioning myself as a keeper going forward in my facilitations, in different grassroots trainings that I'm going to be organizing. I'm now seeing myself more as someone that can, control an atmosphere where everybody is respecting each other, creating that kind of safe space for conversation. Another thing I'll be taking home is using the circle sitting, in setting the room. So for instance, usually when I want to organize my training, my peace building training, I mostly do it in a way that, people sit, the way they want. But now I understand the importance of people sitting in a circle. It creates that connectivity, gives that connectivity. It makes that sense of equality, gives sense of equality. And it also ensures that the body language, people are able to see the body language. And there is also a focus that a circle gives when people sit down in circle. So it's something that I'm going to be taking home with me. Also, I understand the importance of using prompt questions. In starting my facilitation, there are key ways to get people to talk, to start communication among themselves. So I'm going to be using the prompt question and also the talking piece. I think that's very useful to me in ensuring that in controlling the dialogue that happens, among diverse group of people, so that to prevent interruption and to ensure active listening among participants. So I really see this peace circle as is very useful for me in my facilitation technique. And I'm going to be taking that home amongst every other things that I've learned. I really thank you all for giving me this opportunity. And I hope to, take it home and also teach other young people what I have learned from this training. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Moji, for the presentation to share us viewpoint of your reflective paper. So for the next, can I ask if Adebola or Fawaz is ready to be the next presenter?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank indeed, Mas Ari. I was deeply fascinated at the onset by the introduction given by the iconic and erudite scholar, PAC, Professor Dr. Alberto Gomez. I say in Indonesia that Terima kasih ayah. Thank you indeed. I have learned a lot in the course of this, and I wonder whether it was specifically designed for me. because both in theory and practice, I have actually benefited immensely. To start with, the peace circle is a new tenet for me, which I have learned, especially how it have elasticity to improve relationship. And I've also broadened my knowledge about conflict transformations as an inner outlook or outer continent, for structural changes. Though I was expecting the presenter to talk much about, transformations, about that is actor transformation, issue transformations, rules transformation, and structural transformation, but notwithstanding, I've learned a lot. The case study of Indonesia has added to my academic effrontery to challenge some inclinations about conflict transformation. That is, some theories and practices of conflict transformations. What I have learned in the course of Indonesia case studies has opened my eyes to know more theoretically, and even to have some theoretical propositions to challenge existing theories about, what has been said about conflict transformations. Yes, dialogue module, which was delivered by Dr. Michael, made me to know that the world will be better if we judge more than war. And this is regardless of our, race and primordial affinity. I equally believe in peace education. It's one of the areas I've been trying to actually made use of. I believe in peace education as a new paradigm to attain positive peace globally, and especially if you can inculcate this into academic syllabus right from the kindergarten to university, because each students are compelled indeed to pass compulsory courses, essential subjects that lead to higher studies. Why not peace education also as a compulsory subject in our institutions? What I'm only trying to say here is that it will inculcate the value of peace right from the onset, right from kindergarten, right from infantry. And if you are taught peace education, actually, you are bound to live and acculturate in peace. The lectures on nonviolent communication is a masterpiece by Dr. Kundo. And as a chartered mediator, I've added to my conflict resolution skills based on what he delivered. Yes, I need to say thank you once again to Dr. Alberto for what you have given us about peace ecology. Peace and ecology are indeed intertwined. I really agree with that. And it is on the basis of it that empathy, love, and tolerance, they are the basic ingredients of peaceability, according to Dr. Gomez on the 2nd of August, 2001. I have even tasked my students, especially my undergraduate students at the universities, to engage and research more about the connectivity between ecology and peace. They are doing their research work concerning this. Peace building, I've equally learned, is the entire spectrum of activities to promote sustainable peace. It is therefore imperative for us to foster the culture of peace at all levels of humanity, especially by deploying the theme of word anthropology and enhance, and also an enhanced sort of media as an agent of mass communication for global peace. From all inclinations, much effort into teaching, into research, and into practice in human security is therefore very germane. Personally, from my own perspective, is germane because the contemporary paradigm emphasizes so much on the 7th strand of human security. And if you look at this critically, if you can sustain this, if you can control this, I can bet you that it will be a shortcut to global peace. I therefore want to conclude on a good note that I have been benefited immensely, both in the realms of academic and also as a practitioner. We must not forget that conflicts generally are becoming global. There are global tentacles about conflicts. There are global attributes about conflict. We must therefore not forget that these are global problems. Therefore, they require global solutions. I thank you indeed for accepting me to be a participant in this program. I have learned immensely, and you have actually extended the residual of my knowledge. My data bank about peace and conflict studies, conflict transformation, peace building, violent conflict, peace ecology, and so on has been so enhanced. I want to appreciate you, and I wish to participate in a forum like this. It is an enlightenment, and it is a lifelong, thing that I'm so pleased with. Thank you indeed to the team, and thank you especially to Pa Albert Gomez. I wish you all, I believe, we shall still meet in the course of the struggle to have peace and throne in the whole world. Thank you. That's my submission.
Thank you, Pak Adebola. Terima kasih. Okay. Can I ask Alex if you want to go for the next presentation?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. So yeah, I thought that for me personally, 5 minutes are too short to discuss a new topic. I'm not going to share a presentation. Or to bring up any new knowledge. So we'll use this time to share my reflections on what has been presented in the past 2 weeks and what stuck to my mind most. First of all, I'm very grateful for the experience and the community of this course. And although I had to watch the morning sessions later in the day due to my current situation, I found it very enjoyable and had a lot of things that I was taking away with me, and for my further learning and reflection. So for me, reflection and knowledge creation and knowledge sharing is also strongly related to my personal positioning. So if I would situate myself, I would situate myself as a white German woman, and I do have a lot of privileges, of course. And I know that, for instance, I have never personally experienced armed conflicts or situations of intense violence. So I have to consider that in my thoughts and my reflection. And from the past days, I personally could connect a lot with the methodologies of peace education and the idea of the peace circle, because I'm interested in being an educator and a facilitator, especially on topics related to politics. And so these topics really inspired me. And when we talked about decolonial thought and decolonizing peace, I realized that I'm learning a very colonial education system, and I'm actually part of one. So right now I ask myself, how can I decolonize education, and especially the one that I want to engage in? And I also realized that topics like gender and racism, which we also talked about, are often treated as just like one part of peace studies, or generally like one part of academia. But I believe that they are omnipresent and they should be constantly reflected as they influence all theoretical and also practical processes, inside and outside of academia. And lately I had, it just reminded me of a debate that I had with my family on feminism. And it was a specific topic. I think we were talking about everyday sexism or something. And one family member told me, you don't always have to make everything about politics. And I told them, now this is not like a jacket that I can take on and take off. So in that sense, my whole being becomes political or is politicized. And I'm now still in a very privileged position, and for sure can't and don't want to speak for anyone else at this point. But of course, this also shows that certain topics should also become omnipresent in our discussions or in our reflections. And in this course, like at one point, we talked about how to make peace studies more practical and accessible to people outside of academia. And for me, a very practical way here is, for instance, activism, to bridge between academia and the world. And another useful tool also, as mentioned already, of course, is outside school education. So I think in my reflection, I take that as something very important, that I also want to break down these complex academic topics and make them accessible for everyone. And what I'm trying to say is that issues regarding gender and racism, especially because that's what I'm especially interested in, are not only like an add-on or like a token in academia, but they should be part of a like deep self-reflection in any sector of peace and conflict studies, according to my opinion. And because if it was seen as an add-on, an alternative, or like alternative knowledge, it would again confirm and like reinforce the white cis male as a standard that we actually find in a lot of academic fields, but also in everyday life. So yeah, so those were my my thoughts on the last days. And in conclusion, I can say that I could take a lot of learnings from the speakers here, from the teachers, from the classmates, and I enjoyed hearing various opinions and perspectives. And one of my big takeaways from this course is to engage more deeply in critical self-reflection without getting lost in identity questions. And yeah, and I hope to meet many of you again on that journey. Thank you so much. And thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Alex, for your sharing, for your points. Can I ask Nikita to be the next presenter? And if you guys are okay, can we take a break after Nikita's presentation for 10 minutes? Is that okay for all of you?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So Nikita, time's yours.
Good morning, everyone. Is it okay if I can share?
Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah, I can see your presentation.
Thank you very much. I would first like to thank everyone. It's a wonderful opportunity to be part of such a diverse grouping of people committed to bringing about peace in your respective communities. My name is Peter, and I am from Barbados. I am a gender practitioner, a gender advocate, a scholar, and a PhD student here at the Universitat Jaume Premier. And I am dedicated to bringing about peace, equality, and justice. And without further ado, I will go to my presentation, my brief presentation. And for those who know me, know that I'm usually very dynamic, a very dynamic presenter and very interactive, but I will try to keep it as engaging and yet concise as possible. So I am from the beautiful Caribbean region, and when you hear about the Caribbean, what comes to your mind? So can you just unmute? I'm sorry for asking. If you want to unmute yourself and just say, what comes to your mind when you hear about the Caribbean?
The pirates. Yeah.
I think beautiful islands, beautiful people.
Okay, thank you.
Muda Triangle.
Yes, yes, very good. So yes, and for those who haven't spoken, you probably would have said paradise, vacation, beautiful beaches, and yes, you are. And no, I am not a mind reader. Yes, I see people dancing, but this is a dominant narrative that has been pushed about the Caribbean. Let me tell you, the Caribbean is indeed a beautiful area. We do have wonderful people, but it would be remiss of me if I did not tell you about the colonial history of the Caribbean. This history is rooted in colonialism, racism, slavery, and exploitation of people and of the land. Scholars research have assessed the long-lasting legacy that our past has had on our economic, environmental, social, and political systems. However, I want to say that we are indeed a resilient people, and we have used peace in our own way, and we have built our societies that you can see today. So today, my presentation focuses on the concepts that were of interest to me, and I captured it in this acronym called PIECES. And let us go to the first one. So P stands for the principles. These principles of love, passion, respect, freedom, equality, and justice. This is representative of the values that we foster. And I would like to use an analogy because I'm a very visual person. When you see an ice, let's imagine that you're on an ocean and you see an iceberg. You see about, let's say, 20% above the surface. But what is below the surface? What are those principles that you are taking time to nurture and value? The E for me stands for empathy. Empathy, which provides which creates a space for deep ability to understand the feeling of others. And I sat down last night and I thought about an empathy circle that maybe if some of us are still trying to learn how to foster empathy within our own lives. So I created just five areas, 5 points that maybe we can try to reflect on. And the first one is connecting with your emotions. Connecting with emotions of yours for yourself and with others. Developing the right mindset. Being present in the moment. When you're speaking to someone, are you distant? What are you thinking about? But just reflecting on what that person is saying, listening to them deeply, being attentive and practicing non-violent communication, whether it be in your gestures or in the way or the language that you use. And then also connecting, this allows us to connect with others through a shared concept of humanity. The next one, the A, was very, this was the acronym that I pondered a lot on, A, for active listening. And then I remembered at the beginning of the course, when the facilitators, the organizers asked us to provide that brief paragraph. And I remember at the end of my summary, I said, how beautiful would the place, how beautiful will Earth be if we just took the time to listen? And this ties into the other aspects of the course where Gloria and Jennifer Murphy, where they were talking about listening. And I wanted to just ask you, because I think like for my reflection as part of this deconstructive exercise is also to get you as well thinking. So I just wanted to ask you, do you really take the time to listen to your heart, your neighbors, your family members, your politicians? And active listening is very important, a very important form of conflict transformation, because it allows us to develop that transformative space for action and change. And it allows us to deepen our awareness of people and our communities. And the C stands.
Sorry, Nikita, the time is finished. Can you make it quick, your presentation, please?
Quickly,
yeah. Can you make it quick, your presentation?
Okay, so quick. So the C stands for conflict with peace. And we are all united despite our differences. And then dialogue is that bridge that allows us to connect the cultures of peace. And then quickly, the E, which stands for ecology, which conceptualizes peace through ecological principles and concepts. And I wanted to highlight feminist ecology is an organic, female-centered vision of nature, which aims at transforming the patriarchal and mechanistic order around the exploitation of natural resources. And finally, the S stands for critical awareness of your location in, around, outside, and below conflict. Do you perpetuate conflict directly or indirectly? Where's your position? And then we have to question our assumptions, question our entrenched biases. And now I end with looking at the man and woman in the mirror. And I know this, to some of you might refer to Michael Jackson's song, Looking at the Man in the Mirror, but how do you feel? When you look at your reflection, so there's a mirror right here on the screen, and I just would like you to imagine that this is a mirror that you can see your reflection. What do you see looking back at you? What do you feel? What do you know? And what do you think? And finally, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for listening and taking your time to listen to me. And I did this comment to honor all of you. I tried to pick the most important aspects that you guys would have said: peace circles, deconstructing your mind, dialogue, practice. And I'm sorry I couldn't do a character for each one of you, but this is just my small token of appreciation to the organizers, to the participants. And yes, the person in the green shirt is Professor Alberto. But thank you all very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikita. It's a wonderful picture. So, guys, shall we have a break for 10 minutes? So now it's 2:25 p.m. Indonesian time. So we can come back here again 2:35. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
On my list is, okay, the next person on my list is Andrew. Are you ready, Andrew? Andrew, are you there? Okay, if Andrew is not there, Tabby, are you ready to go?
Do you mean Tabby or?
Tabby, yes.
Me? Yes, absolutely. Can I have 1 minute first?
Sure, of course.
Okay. And I shall share my screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, all yours, Debbie.
Thank you. So I will keep it short and simple. I wrote a small poem because I really like this activity when we had class with Jijo, Eugene, and Jenny. So I hope I'm not offending anyone with this. This is my poem about the conflict transformation and peace building course. Here we have just my reflection on some topics and not all. Okay. I have listened and observed in a circle of peace where people from another part of the world promise one another non-judgment and respect, although they've never met. Why can't we even do it with the neighbors of our own? My thought, I'm trapped between academic and practical worlds, and you are anchoring me down. Thank you. My rose, I'm trying to give up my ego, or the art of not giving a fuck. And thank you, Lederach, for suggesting how we unnumb a person by the vibration of empathy. What about nonviolence communication inside my own body? Freire gently reminds me that education is not a competition of grades, but somehow children are still discarded as garbage if they fail to fit in a box labeled submissive enough to save the world, to serve the world. And we keep saying we must, they have to, they should. Are we not colonizing others with our narrow perception? Please make sure you're not stuffing your children with knowledge, yet forgetting to tell them that kindness matters too, so that they are well equipped with depression and a closed heart, ready for society that judges humans based on how fat their wallet is. Oh, and the word humans, one that seems normal and harmless, yet indeed so problematic with its endless violence and iniquitous breach, that not too once upon a time ago, people still thought skin colors made them a better creature than someone else. But then the UNESCO said it was a myth, a delusion that prevented humans from their normal development. But what is normal development if not according to Western standards again? European, US, top of the game, south of the equator, still got much to learn. Building ego is the life purpose, but respecting nature is not the way forward. And don't even ask why I hate the word subaltern. And love, the word that stays stuck in my throat, unable to get out, as we were taught that without the acknowledgement of a man, a girl would just be another wasted doll, that somehow love is more of a contract, where women exchange a whole life of unpaid labor to their own development, an insurance for whichever wife who can produce an heir to her husband. And if your children don't succeed, it's because the mothers fail to teach them, but fathers always take the credit if a child makes it to med school. Romanticism and masculinity are toxic, but who cares if you're still in the possession of a man? So how do I answer my professor? What is love in your culture? What would I tell him? But let's not collapse under the weight of the pedagogy of fear, for there are still individuals who are giving their best to share little but substantial sparks as our network of deep. And shall we bear in mind the wise words of Nelson Mandela? May our choices reflect our hope and not how afraid we are. So, yeah, I think that's my poem. And thank you for listening and for sharing a lot of your thoughts and wisdom in this course with me from everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabby. That's beautiful. As Ayla has just said in the chats. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Who do we have next? And Tabby, Kafil says that that was amazing.
Thank you. I'm reading in the chat from everyone. Thank you so much for your, yes, for your hearts.
Okay, we have Fawaz, are you there? Let me just double check. Okay, we don't have Fawaz there. Andrew, are you there? Okay, no Andrew either. Simra?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, wonderful.
Just give me
Hi, sorry, I didn't have time to make a presentation, so I hope that's okay.
You are making a presentation now.
No, I mean, presentation. All right. So I guess we can start the timer.
Yes, you may.
So first of all, I actually did not introduce myself in the beginning of the. So, a bit of a shyness there. But firstly, I would like to just express how grateful I am to be part of this course. I think being in a community of people who have achieved so much, compared to me, I'm still in my undergraduate. I think it was very inspiring to even learn from the professors we had in this lecture, in all the lectures that we've had. So to keep it plain and simple, what I have reflected on, or what that has impacted me more from this course, I think is the part about nonviolent communication, being a new age of conflict resolution. So how I intend to use this to look at the world in a more, to just have more peace in the world, I think instead of just using nonviolent communication between individuals, I think I would use this in a way to extend it on how we can improve international relations between countries.
Oh dear, we have internet connection problem.
For example, Ukraine and Russia are at war. So how then participants from these countries can come together to talk about, how do they handle the relations between these countries? So another example would be the Syrian and Palestinian war. How would nonviolent communication impact this war? So this would look like, for example, sitting at a negotiation table and learning to exercise empathy. And we can actually then possibly resolve the conflict between these countries. And we also understand that conflict is inevitable between countries, but when we talk, there's always other mechanisms to resolve conflict rather than go to war. So we can always exercise a give and take situation and things like that. Currently in the world, there are over 69 countries that are involved in wars, and even in the 21st century, but any war like conflict ends with negotiation. So that is one of the biggest things I have learned from this course, and something that I would try to work on and try to do more research in, on how we can use nonviolent communication as a mechanism, not only among individuals, but also as a mechanism in international relations, and expand the whole notion of nonviolent communication that way. So that is all from me. Thank you so much.
Can I call you Simra, or is there another?
You can just call me Sim, plain and simple.
Sim, okay. That's great. Yeah. And thank you for keeping to the time as well. So we will go to the next presenter. Now, Toshi, because we are a bit confused, because I think you may have signed up under a number. So
yeah, I can speak if it's my next turn.
Yeah, would that be okay, Toshi?
Sure, yeah, I will. Okay, I'll share the screen. So my name is Toshi. I am interested in the conflict transformation I myself is a mediator, the neighbor dispute mediator. I was always interested in how people understand each other and how the mediator can help this the process of understanding each other. Jennifer introduced LegRock to us, and then I actually read very carefully the book she introduced in the class. I read all chapters, and I just wanted to find out something to add. So this is my presentation. So LegRock, as Jennifer said, he takes conflict as an opportunity for a change in our way of thinking. Okay, and such change are seen in 4 dimensions according to LegRock: personal, relational, structural, and cultural. The goals of conflict transformation is to minimize destructive effects of social conflict at the personal level and maximize understanding of each other. Goal number 3 is promote non-violent mechanism to reduce confrontation by maximizing people's participation in decision making. I believe this is connected to structural and cultural violences. In the book, LegRock speaks more about personal and relational level. So my presentation will focus on these 2 dimensions. Sorry, yeah. So LegRock says people in conflict face fears and uncertainty. Okay, and then the challenges for conflict resolution is to minimize the level of reactivity and blame on others, reactivity, overreaction to the other. And another challenge is to maximize the capacity, the individual capacity to express a clear sense of self and place. How do we do this? How do we overcome these challenges? The 3 guiding principles that LegRock suggests are honesty, interactive learning, and appropriate exchange. Honesty is probably we know already. So the people who are deeply honest with themselves and the others, where they feel safe. This is why safe environment is very important for conflict resolution. LegRock says honesty reveals identity. So honesty reveals who she is, who he is, who they are. Such honesty is not coming out of coming through inner reflection. LegRock asserts for interactive learning. So rather than self-reflection only, he says interaction with the other is equally important. The third point is appropriate exchange, an exchange between people beyond dialogue, so such as music, dance, arts, rituals, sport, or even fun and laughter. LegRock says these aspects are equally important. He's saying this because when we speak about conflict transformation, we are most likely to say, oh, it's dialogue. But LegRock is suggesting it's not just dialogue. Dialogue is not the ultimate solution. We can sometimes choose music, arts, rituals, and other forms of conflict transformation. All right, that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Toshi. Now, this is supposed to be a peer review, but unfortunately, your name did not appear on the list. So I was just trying to check.
Yeah, I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, I was just trying to check with the ICCTP Secretariat. So participants, if it's okay with you, can you just I do not know whether you can maybe just send the ICCTP. Just send them a message.
Okay.
With
It says I'm on it. It says I'm on it.
It says you're on it.
Yeah, latest WhatsApp message says I'm on it.
It's already there, Alberto.
All right. Okay. So good. So they were working behind the scenes while I was here presenting.
Thank you.
So thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. And we proceed with the next person on our list. Now, is Inas, are you ready to go? Nora Safina?
Well, might as well finish it up, right? Or else I can't be sleeping the whole night.
Okay. No. Okay. Please go ahead.
Can I share the screen?
Okay. Let me check. Can you share now?
Yes.
Okay. Good. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Ines. Today I will talk about Rumah Baca Orang Asli. Well, first of all, I would like to thank everyone here, especially to Pak Albert, for convincing me to participate in this course. And to the rest, the committees and fellow participants, I really enjoyed this journey with you all. Okay, let me go on with this Rumah Baca, Rumah Baca is something I'm passionate about it, So what happened is that, when I want to create a Rumah Baca, normally I'll go down, to the kampung, to the village, get to know the kampung people, be with them, build a rapport, and that's how it started, And you can see in the picture, we have meetings, and then we go out to the jungle and gathered all the bamboos or whatever material that we needed, and also, there's a lot of things involved here, everyone in the kampung comes in, participate to be part of it, and from what I gather in these sessions, this course, whatever topics that we learn actually applies in whatever I'm doing, it's just that maybe, I have yet to learn how to write like you guys better, so this is how we started the Rumah Baca. I make sure that everyone participated. I make sure the kids especially involved. And we built the Rumah Baca from scratch. We make use of whatever we have there. Like one kampung here, we use the old shop house and we convert it into this newly look home. And where's the other one? And this one is in Royal Bloom, my baby. I set up the bamboo homes, and voila, we went to the jungle, to the forest, and pick up all the materials, and we built together for almost 1 month. We completed this house, and there's so many people involved in this, the local especially. And look at the children, they are involved in everything, I let them paint, I let them, repair their work. I let them do anything they want to do and explore, I just observe and watch them. This is part, how, I want them to explore and learn and relearn, and immediately if they make mistakes, don't correct them and teach them the right manner, and this is how it looks like. Most of the Rumah Baca are built with the pre-loved items. These are all the pre-loves, I must say. And the teachers are all local teachers. They are Orang Asli. Like in this picture, this is Kak Rose. She is from the Kintak tribe, in Hulu Perak. And I love this picture. It makes me laugh. See how these kids, do you feel the happiness, the love? gosh, I miss all of them. You know, they're so warm. They're so innocent. You know, they are just, you know, they are open to learn anything that we want to teach them. You know, and well, I hope the pandemic is over soon, that I can visit them. Look, Peace Media. Wow, this is the greatness of Peace Media. I myself don't believe that actually I've already done this for the last 2 years, you know, from doing for the Orang Asli up to the Sabahans, you know, and even few other projects, you know. Or I'm blessed that, you know, through media, I get to know people that I don't know, and they are the one who come up, you know, approach me and assist me. These are none of my friends, and they come up to me and approach me, and they say they want to do something for me. They want to collaborate, and I'm blessed. Thank you so much. So why not, you know, why not we share our love, our joy and happiness, you know, so that, you know, everyone have a better place, you know, to live on this earth. You know, why not we share our peace, you know, and let's start building our peace tribe. That's about all from me. Thank you so much, yeah, everyone. Keep in touch. So
thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Inas. And for the participants who are wondering, Inas is her official name is Noor Safina. Okay, and
thank you.
And her nickname is Inas. So I keep referring to her as Inas, but she is Noor Safina. Thank you so much, Inas. And
thank you.
We will go on to the next. Now, Andrew, are you there? No, Andrew is not there. Fawaz? No. Okay, Julius?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, would you like to go next, Julius?
With all pleasure.
Thank you.
Greetings to everyone according to your time and zone. My presentation is a summary from my reflective paper, and it is entitled My Understanding and Takeaway After the ICCTP course. Prior to this course, I perceived conflict transformation and peace building in two actions: stop the conflict and let there be peace. However, little did I know that there are many factors involved in conflict transformation. And little did I know that peace building is a process over a period of time or even years to accomplish. This indicates that United Nations and other stakeholders in peacekeeping had played a vital role in creating peace and trying to make the world a better place by investing their time, resources, and bringing together experts from different parts of the world to work together for peace building. During this course, I began to understand the factors that contributed to the conflict transformation and peace building are enormous, ranging from anthropological point of view to history, to human psychology, peace psychology, and peace ecology, while embracing peace, circle, conflict transformation, dialogue, peace education, non-violent communication, race and decolonization, empathy, love, and compassion, peace, culture, and culture of peace are knowledge required for peace process and conflict prevention. Hence, I have come to the knowledge and to consider this aforementioned as factor for conflicts, transformation, and peace formation process. This factor indicated that peace is a process that needs to be initiated by peacemakers and agreed upon by other factors. Looking at the word peace circle, which has its roots in the ancient tribes of the Native Americans, based on the presentation by Dr. Gloria Abaca, it is being introduced to our modern way of community life. This shows that the elements of style of making peace had been with us for decades or even centuries, as it is identified that the main objective of a peace circle is to create a sacred space that will lift barrier between people, opening fresh possibilities for connection, collaboration, and create mutual understanding. I also identify the use of dialogue, where all participants have the opportunity to share common values, create a safe space to keep a genuine, meaningful, inspired, and restorative conversation. By coming to this understanding of peace, the importance of peace circle, and the use of talking peace as a token for a control, I have come to the conclusion that in conflict transformation and peace building, everyone has a voice and the ability to listen actively and deeply share their thoughts by using objects which connote a symbol to make sure that everyone has a chance to speak, while the rest actively do the listening, is an effective process towards peace. Therefore, I will admit that the fact that peace circle and dialogue play a leading role in conflict transformation and peace building, according to the lecture given by Dr. Gloria Abaca and Dr. Michaelis Michael. However, I have witnessed a case, mostly in the traditional African setting, where only leaders in the community speaks, and the opinion of the youth and others are not welcome. In my personal experience, I wasn't welcome to contribute to the dialogue for peace because I was considered to be too young to involve. And if I do without being authorized, then it will be considered as rudeness. Understanding conflict transformation is not only to resolve conflict, but also to transform actors in armed conflict into developing effective dialogues. Maintain non-violence communication during dialogues, which I believe would be possible through peace education, which I came to understand by the lecture given by Dr. Sophia Arero Rico. I remember when I was in the voluntary service with a non-governmental organization, I saw the effect of dialogue and non-violent communication played some pivotal role in bringing the farmers together, and they finally worked in harmony afterwards. During this land fragmentation, I do not really understand how dialogue and non-violence communication was used to achieve peace among these farmers. However, this course has enlightened me to appreciate the use of dialogue in peace building, and it has changed my perception, and to humbly accept and drop down all egocentric. I could now have a reflection that conflict can be good for organization change because it encourages open-mindedness and help build a stronger relationship to avoid future occurrence. Although many others may consider conflict as an exciting opportunity for personal gain and growth. And I also try to do my best. In my own analysis, I see conflicts as a way forward if the actor could develop and establish peace culture and culture of peace. During the presentation by Dr. Alexander Hustman, I began to gain an in-depth knowledge
Julius, sorry, the time is up, but are you about to finish?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So no.
In conclusion, this course has accorded me the opportunity to, one, identify the dynamics of conflicts and different approaches of addressing conflicts. Two, understanding the need of addressing conflict and its possible aspect. Three, understanding the concept of peace and peace building. And four, understanding the different approaches and level of peace building. So I would like to thank you all for listening. I wish to thank all the committee from UMY for providing this course without tuition, and also the course lecturers. Thank you all and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Julius. Thank you. And sorry to have rushed you, but we just have a few more people to go through before we finish off. So once again, is Andrew there? Fawaz? Ijas? Would you like to go next? Ijas, are you there? No? Okay, is there anyone who hasn't presented this yet? Anyone who is yet to present?
Prof?
Yes.
Yeah, according to the notes here, those who haven't presented, Dr. Neha, is that correct? Fawaz Kamis, Andrew,
okay.
Amselia, Ijas Ahmad, Muhammad Yasin, Dr. Muhammad Yasin, and Irfan Khan.
Okay. Any of you here in the Zoom meeting? Yes, I don't see them. Must, you know? Okay. So I just want to begin by, this is the last session before we say our goodbyes and see you later. So I just want to say how much I enjoyed all the presentations. It was just absolutely superb. And Mas Ari, what do you say?
No, you know, to be honest, Prof, very, very honest, this is the first time in my life having a discussion, such a long discussion, yeah, a day discussion, involving participants from all over the world, and they are consistently engaged, you know, active, and then become such a lovely family, you know. So I'm really happy, you know, it's really an honor for me to involve in this ICCTP, you know. Then as what we have mentioned yesterday in the small room, that, you know, this, you know, program becomes a positive arena, or like, you know, a facilitator where, you know, all the peace builder meet and share their ideas and then charge their energy of peace, so that they become again and again confident, you know, to spread, you know, all the positive things about peace. So it is really, really again an honor for me. So thank you all of the person, Bapak, Ibu, Mas, Mbak, you know. So it's unforgettable memory for me for having this ICCTP, Prof.
Thank you, Mas Ari. Now, before I forget, Jenny Murphy, who is on her family holiday, she sent me a message to say that she really wanted to be here to say goodbye and listen to all your presentations, but she was unable to leave her family holiday. So she says she wants me to express her thank you to all of you for being such a wonderful group. And so she said that she would hope that she'll be able to keep in touch with all of you. And I also just received a message from Joanne Lim saying how much she has thoroughly enjoyed engagement interactions with all of you. And she has also expressed her desire to keep in touch with all of you. So now this does not mean that the other presenters do not care about all of you, but they have had quite a bit of they have been engaged in a range of different, and I'm sure they share the sentiments of both Jenny and Joanne. So in the last few minutes that we have, and sorry, I should also say, Aisha, do you want to say something? Bu Aisha? Yes, there you are.
Yeah. Hi, everybody.
Hello, Bu.
Yeah, now I cannot see myself.
Yeah.
Can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you.
Oh, you can see me. Okay. Yeah, I'm very much impressed. Yeah, I'm very much impressed with the reflections of the students. So I think this program is on the right track. It's great to know that many of the students really pick up very important lessons from this.
Thank you very much, Bu Aisha. And Bu Priska, are you there? Bu Priska? The few Javanese words I know, Mongo. Okay.
Oh my God.
All right. Now, we do have, we want to open up to all of you for a kind of a joint reflections, and also to think about future projects, where you want to go with what you have done and the connections that you have made. And perhaps to start this off, if I can, I don't like talking about myself, but I suppose in a way that it would give you an idea of where I'm coming from. So I spent almost my whole life in a university. I joined as an undergraduate student in 1974, but my first year of university was not in any way involved in any kind of scholarship. I spent most of my time with either, playing sports. I played hockey for the university, or, drinking with my mates in the pubs around the University of Malaya, or being involved in student politics. And for those Malaysians here, I would like to express very proudly that I was selected as one of the runners in the student demonstration. And my role was to run up, grab hold of the tear gas canisters that the Federal Reserve Police would shoot, and then run towards the police and throw the canisters back at them. So that was my role. I was, of course, terribly scared for what I did. But then when I got into university, I found that there was a disconnect between what was happening in academia and what was happening outside the world. So a lot of my fellow academics, they sat in the ivory tower. They wrote a lot of papers that only collected dust in the libraries. They wrote books, they wrote papers, and I always found it very discomforting. And so from a very early, in my career as a lecturer, I always found it quite difficult to engage in that. For those of you who are Malaysians, you will also know that from a very early stage, I started to be an environmental activist. I was one of 4 various people in Malaysia that tried to stop the largest bank in Malaysia from building its headquarters in Maybank, up, and we got a campaign. So that was always where my heart lay. But then as an academic, I was always pushed into writing papers, publishing, and I lasted, what was it, like, 30 over years in academia, but always finding it so difficult because my heart was not into just publishing papers that no one actually read. But then I realized that one thing that the university did for me was they unleashed me every week to face 400 to 500 introductory anthropology students. And I felt that this was an opportunity for me to mold the thinking. And to put it very crudely, one of the things I said to my students in Australia, and I say very crudely, I come into class teaching them anthropology, and I say to them, this course is about this course I would refer to as flushing. And so the students look at it thinking, what am I talking about? And I said, the issue that we have in this society of ours is all of you have walked into this room and you've got lots of shit in your head. So anthropology is all about flushing that shit out and hopefully cleaning what's in your mind. So it's a very crude way of describing what we did. But one thing that always stayed with me was Karl Marx's 11th thesis to pure about. So he wrote all these theses, they're all very short, but he wanted to challenge some of the kinds of philosophical thinking. So as philosophers, we always believe that we have to stay aloof from society. We philosophize, we write about society, and we analyze it, but that's it. And what Karl Marx, in fact, in his 11th thesis says, philosophers have hitherto interpreted the world in various ways. The point is to change it. So the 11th thesis has always guided me, because why do we all do our studies, our analysis, our talking, our writing and publications? Why do we do this? And if it is not to change society, then I feel that as academics, we have failed miserably. And the reason that many of my fellow academics are not so kind of connected to the real life or real world is because of the neoliberalization of universities, where we have been pushed very much into publishing our own individual sort of work, and there is no more what we call public intellectuals, anyone that's willing to step up and take charge. So one person that actually you may have never heard of him, but a person that I have tremendous respect and have drawn quite a lot of inspiration from his work is David Graeber. And David Graeber sadly passed away last year. But David Graeber, who has published a number of fantastic intellectual books like The Debts and 5,000 Year History, but one thing that David Graeber did was, do you know that he was the person who inspired the Occupy movement? So he was the person who was behind intellectuals that played a very important role in challenging the problems, challenging the power in society, but also highlighting the problems and trying to make a difference in the world that we live in. So David Graeber in the Occupy movement, there are a number of scholars now who are involved in Extinction Rebellion, many of my friends who are involved in that. So when the university was beginning to push me into more and more senior roles and administrative roles, and I said, this is not me, and I decided to quit. So in 2014, I opted to take early retirement from my, from my professoral, from my professor's position, and what I felt was that every year I go to Concepcion, and every year I meet at least about 15 to 20 amazing people from right around the world. and Castellón is where the Joami Primo University is located. And every year I go and then I kept track with what they do. So like Nikita was my former student, Ari, Idam, and I kept track as to where they went and what they did. And then I realized that many of them, in fact, got involved in peace, in peace organizations. And the sad thing is this, from my observation, many of the peace organizations that are found right around the world, they promote and advocate peace, and they are driven by the peace philosophy. But actually, there's hardly anything peaceful that goes on within those organizations. They're competing with one another. They're trying, there is great deal of competition, and there is also jealousy and envy. And so these were the kinds of issues that were going on in those peace organizations. So I got together a number of my friends and I said, look, let's try to look at ways of how we can create a space, create a kind of a framework to invite students, to our former students, alumni, to come and join us and to make a difference in this world. But there are certain things that we wanted to focus on. One is that the organization that we're going to set up is inspired by indigenous wisdom. Two, it has to be connected to ecology. So when you look at the deep network, it is driven, and guided by indigenous philosophy, indigenous wisdom, indigenous knowledges. It is also very strongly inspired by ecology and nature. So if you start looking at it, you will see that our symbol is the tree of life. But if you look through the icon, you will see create this space. But there are certain other things that we wanted to focus on. One is that the organization will be among equals. So there is no organization, but we do not want people to volunteer by giving us money, because our currency is time, not money. So we don't want money. And I always say that if anything that we need to spend on, let me pay for it. So, the web page and those kinds of things is what is my contribution, financial contribution. However, if you're young, I'm lucky to have worked quite a bit of my life, so I actually don't need the money. And what are you going to do with the money, even if you keep, and when I gave up my salary as a professor, and people thought I was nuts. Why do you give up all this money? And I believe that what purpose is there? How much money more? How much more money do you need? But what we need is the time. And we need, in fact, not just the time, but also the generosity and contribution of, of the various kinds of, like the passion that we have, the compassion, the empathy. Those are important parts. However, if you're that I would say this seemingly very impressive organization, and we persuade all the young people who are involved, use it. Yeah, I can use the fancy title that I have. So we write wonderful references for various of our deep members, and then they go off and they get grants and they get positions elsewhere. And sometimes there are rich people who really do not know what to do with their money. So instead of building lovely rockets to take them out to space, maybe we can try to persuade them to contribute some money to peace building. But we don't want any of your money. Okay, all we want is your time. And time is our currency, if you feel that you can devote your time. And why we want this time is there's not an empire building project. We're not creating a network so that we all be great and wonderful. The late Vicente Martinez Guzman, one day when I met him in Barcelona, when he was alive, I used to make it a point to sit down and have a coffee with him. And so Vicente once said to me, "Oh, Alberto, I like your network that you have created." And I corrected him. I said, "Vicente, this is not my network. It is our network. So I don't own it. And this is an indigenous idea, okay? Nature does not belong to us. We belong to nature. Deep does not belong to me. I belong to deep. And everyone belongs to deep equally. So this is the kind of thing that we want to promote, in this. So one of the projects of DEEP is to organize such kinds of workshops, because we believe that, once again, by inviting volunteers, all the people who are presenting here, they're all volunteers. And as you probably have realized, they're all friends of mine, because I believe that what is friendship for if you can't twist the arm to do something for you? So, but which means that my life is really hectic, because if Mas Ari does something for me, I feel that I have to do something for him, because this is the kind of reciprocity that we have. So I'm very busy having to give talks, because at the same time, through that reciprocal relationship, I can turn to them and say, okay, can you please help me with this? And so this is how we have worked. And very soon, I think I have given a keynote to almost all the different religious universities in Indonesia. And I think next month, I have to give a keynote to the Hindu University of Indonesia in Bali. And I've given keynote to the Christian University, to Muhammadiyah, to NU. And so religiously, I believe that we have to be open to all the different kinds of religious groups. So anyway, yes, I've been to China dating. I've been to Beijing a few times, and in fact, the people in Beijing, they considered me. I'm married to a Chinese and a Malaysian, Chinese. So when I went to Beijing, they treated me amazingly. The hospitality was just absolutely superb. So I was sitting at a lunch with the university, senior university administration at the Minzu University in Beijing, and the vice rector who was sitting next to me, she turns to me very politely and she says, "So Professor Gomez, I see that there are chopsticks here. Are you able to use chopsticks?" And then someone across at the other end of the table uttered something in Mandarin. And then she turns to me and she said, "Oh, I just realized that you're married to a Chinese, so you should be able to use chopsticks." And I said, "Yes." I said, "I've been using chopsticks because I grew up in Malaysia. When I was 5 years old, I learned how to use chopsticks." And so anyway, then when it was my turn to toast at the end, when we all stood up and toasted, so what I said was that, "Thank you very much for your hospitality and for treating me so well. And I just want to raise a toast to all of you and say, newfound family, that we are all now, members of the same family." So this is the idea of the Minzu and the kind of connections that we have with everyone in this world. So, so the point I want to make here is that we have to, we have to transcend. We have to not allow those divides, that the walls that have been created by a lot of people, whether it's to do with race, to do with ethnicity, to do with religion, any kind of walls that are built. And I should also add sexuality, okay? Because we find that, this is an issue where in many cases, many of my very close friends are, gay and lesbian, and with sexuality, disability, all these things that are used to divide people, to use to kind of separate people. I think all of us have to work very hard that it does not really matter what your sexual orientation is, what your, whether you are African or Indian or Pakistani, it doesn't really matter, okay? What really matters is the fact that as all of us as humans, we share the fundamental connection. And this fundamental connection is that we are all connected to nature. And when Karl Marx, when he writes about nature, he uses the concept of metabolism. In other words, our nature, that's why sometimes we say human nature, our nature is actually connected to what we refer to as Mother Nature. So many indigenous peoples have recognized this fact, and they have, in fact, not just recognized it, they embrace it in their own living and life. But we have lost that. And once we lose this very important aspect of losing connection, not only to Mother Nature, but to our own human nature, this is where the problem has emerged, because we have been alienated from each other, we've been alienated from nature, we have been alienated from the products of our labor, we have been alienated, most importantly, to ourselves. So we don't even know who we are. And I think this is where it is extremely important. And I think this course, when Mas Ari contacted me and say, he keeps calling me prof, and I keep telling him don't, but I've given up this, the struggle that I have with him. But Mas Ari, who is, like a brother, younger brother to me, when he contacted me and he said, Prof, how about we do a course? Can you do it? And I said, yeah, it'd be my pleasure. So we started working on this. And last year we were supposed to have this course in situ in Yogyakarta, and we started planning everything. We planned, and sorry, I'm going on talking about this, but this is a story that I want to tell you. We planned to have like field trips, and one of the field trips was going to be to a village very close to Yogyakarta called Turi. Now, the story of Turi, in 2013, I was in Yogyakarta attending the Mahathir Global Peace School as one of the presenters. And at that school, I met a young Indonesian by the name of Bella. And very sadly, Bella, who was only like 26 years old, lost her battle with cancer, and she passed away. So Bella, I was actually one of the first few people that Bella told me when she was diagnosed with cancer. And I said to her, look, you're young, you will win this battle, stay strong. But sadly, she passed away. And I still remember communicating with her even when she was in hospital and when she was about to pass away. So when she passed away, she was one of the active members of the team. So I wrote, kind of a eulogy to honor Bella as a young person who was actively involved. Very jovial, I think, Mas Idam, you remember, right? And so when Bella passed away, and then I received a message from Bella's mother, Bu Multi. And Bu Multi said to me, she said, I saw that thing that you have written, the eulogy in honor of Bella. And she said to me, when you come to Yogyakarta again, can you please spare me, half an hour? I want to meet you. And then I said, sure, I will contact you as soon as I get to Yogyakarta. So I contacted Multi in the morning when I arrived, and then she said to me, Prof, I know you're very busy. Can you please give us 1 hour? And I said, it's okay. I said, I have a few hours because my next meeting is in the afternoon, later in the evening. So she said, I want to take you to the cemetery. I want to take you to the grave where Bella was buried. And I went there, and I was so emotionally, it was it was a very difficult moment for me, because the last time I saw Bella, she was live and so bubbly, and then there I saw, I stood and put flowers on the grave. And then the mother said to me, Bella is, Bella is Muslim, right? And then so the mother says to me, we buried Bella next to her grandfather. So I turned to the grave next to where Bella was buried, and I noticed that the grave had a cross. And so I asked, the multi, I think, noticed that I was focused on the cross on the grave tombstone. And so Bella's mother, multi, said to me, "Oh, didn't Bella tell you that her grandparents are Catholic and Christian?" I said, "No, she didn't tell." I said, "I all the time assume that, and then that she's Muslim." And then she said, Bella's father is Christian. So then Multi then said to me, "The Bella's grandmother wants to meet you. Can you please, is it okay? I know," and she kept on saying, "I know you're very busy." And I said, "It'll be my pleasure." So I go over to the house, and the mother was at church, the grandmother, sorry, and the grandmother comes back and then greets me. And I see in that house, you have all the Virgin Mary, the Sacred Heart. It's, it's a typical Christian. And so it got me interested. So I started asking questions. Turi is a place where Christians and Muslims live next to each other, alongside. They celebrate each other's festivals, and whenever is Eid, during the Eid, after Ramadan, the Christians go and help with the cooking, and they then celebrate Eid together. Christmas, the Muslims do the same thing. They work together in the fields. And then when I got that evening, I was so excited, and I spoke to my Indonesian friend, Pak Purbo. I said, "This is amazing. This is fantastic." And I said, "We should do a documentary on this." And then Purbo looked at me and he said, "Why?" I said, this is amazing, Christians and Muslims living together. And Purbo said, what's so amazing about it? And then I said to him, Deep, we want to get filmmakers, we want to do a project, I'll help to write the script. And then Purbo says to me, "But this is common. And this is what we have to try to keep, that our focus has always been on the uncommon things." And we think, of those things that happen. We think about violence. Violence is uncommon. We think about killing. Killing is actually uncommon. When we look at the disproportionate attention given to media, we think that it is common. Peace is the norm. In fact, more people right around the world live in peace with one another, but yet we tend to focus on the aberration, the things that are uncommon in human society. So war is sexy. People write about killing, they write about murder, they write about all the forms of violence that happen. But let's focus on what actually happens far more frequently, more commonly, but yet are neglected. And once we do this, I think in the media reporting, in the focus in our talks, and then we are able to convince and persuade more people that peace is the way. And in fact, peace has always been the way. As an anthropologist, if we go back to the history of humanity, we find that, and if we plot it in the history, out of the 100% of human history, humans have only fought for roughly around 1%. So for 99% of human history, humans have lived in harmony with one another. So I think it is really important that we stress this fact. And when we are, giving our talks, when we're working, let's focus on the fact that it is not, we are not doing something unusual, untypical, or we are not doing something that does not really happen, but we're actually working on something that is the common denominator in all human society. And all we have to do is turn to our indigenous brothers and sisters, and then we should be able to get lessons from them in order to build peace. So, my friends, I call you my friends. When I started this course, I only have a few friends here. So Inas, as you know, is someone I've known for a number of years. Mas Idam and Mas Ari, yes, of course. I've known Nikita, I've known for a few years. So there are a number of you who are here who are friends, like Conchita earlier. But now I feel that I have a lot more friends. So I hope you would, consider that kind of connections that we have made. And let's work together wherever we are. Any part of the world we are, any part of the stage of our lives we are located, and let's just focus on working together. So what do you gather? What do you think? Anyone?
I saw Roji raising her hand.
Oh, Roji, please go ahead. And let's make this open. I just wanted to make the opening remarks, but I want you to add to it and enhance what we have just, Roji, yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Pak Alberto, for the story you have shared and what's your life had been through. And it's very amazing to hear such kind of stories. And I was curious to know that because we have been doing this course for like 14 days, and I don't consider my fellow mates and of course Pak Alberto as a stranger. So I feel like a family. So I was asking to share may I know a family picture of, can we have a family picture of you? I mean, like we would like to see it.
Okay, I'll send you.
Yeah, it's curious for us to know that Pak Alberto has lived in India and has lived in Australia and Malaysia, and then married to a Malaysian lady. It was very nice for us, to see the picture also.
That's right. Because when I was growing up in Malaysia, people will often say things like, "Oh, you're Indian," and people are Chinese. So I decided, let's create, let me work towards creating my own ethnic group or race. So my kids are Chindian, Chinese Indian. And I had to write, some time ago, this is another story. Some time ago when I was a professor at University of Helsinki, I had a Mexican team that come and visit the university. And when they saw my name, they came into my office and they said, rattle off in Spanish. And that time I had hardly any word in Spanish. So I just turned to them and say, "Mi no comprendo español." Which was,
I don't even get it.
It was absolutely awful. But then the person said to me, "But you have got a Spanish name and you look Mexican. So what are you?" So I started to be playful and I said, "I'm a Manchi." And then she asked me, "So what is a Manchi?" And I created my own identity because I'm Malaysian born, that's the M, Australian, which is my nationality, my citizenship. G is for Goan, which is my ethnic group in India, and I is India. And then I said that I'm married to a Malaysian Chinese, so my kids are magic.
All we can say that we are from Africa.
Yes, of course, we all are from Africa.
From Africa. Yes.
That's right, and that's why Julius and Adebola, they all are. You are closer to my ancestors as I am, but we are all brothers after all.
Very, very true.
And I will remember to send. And my 3 granddaughters were here. That's why I had to turn off my my sound quite a bit because they were coming in and out of the room. And my 3 granddaughters are even, my son is married to an Australian of Scottish background. My daughter is married to an Australian of Italian background. So they are as
It's like a
mixed,
whole world in a family.
multicultural. That's right.
It's multicultural.
Yes, and yeah, so it's all kind of very mixed. So I think we have to embrace that, you know. So when I'm having Indian food, I use my fingers. When I'm having Chinese food, I use my chopsticks. When I'm having Western meal, I use my fork and knife. So utensils are there for you to use, and for any kind of food that you have. Okay, less of my personal life, but I want to hear from you. So Roji,
Yes.
any one of you, can I just say, if any one of you want to be part of the Deep Network, we are an inclusive.
Of course, we are. Yeah, we are like to. I like to have a part in the Deep Network because it's very.
Yes, certainly. You can contact me, and
I think everybody wants it. Yes.
No, I know, but this is not. Sometimes you use the word recruits. I don't use the word recruits because recruit is used in military. So we are not in the business of recruiting people, but we have an open invitation. So any one of you would like to be part, we are an inclusive group, and to be part of, and this is not, we're not, it's not a marketing exercise. We believe very strongly that this is the role that we can play in terms of imparting some of the knowledges that we have in terms of our respective fields. And from almost all the ones who presented, with a few exceptions, they are members of the Deep Network. So Gloria is the deputy director. Jenny was one of the founding members. Mikalas is, also an active member. Joanne is a member as well, not as active, but we have almost everyone. Gigio, Jenny and Carlos, they run a circle called the Decolonial Peace Circle. So, they're all, and I think, are you also, Sarah? Are you part of the?
I joined in June, but I can't go to any.
No, yeah, I can't remember who is in the group with Renee.
Savi. I wanted to join again on September.
Okay, good. So I know that there are a number of you who belong to the, how do you pronounce it? How do you pronounce seed in
Semillero.
Semillero. Semillero. Okay. Anyone else? Ayesha, do you wanted to say something?
It's okay, Pa Alberto. I already wrote in the chat box just
All right.
some things that I like to share to everybody.
Sure. And in terms of keeping yourself, putting bread on the table or roti or whatever you have, chapati, if you are concerned about that in terms of the financial aspects of it, go and look for someone who has lots of money and just do not know what to do with the money.
Yeah.
Talk to Christina, because Christina has
knows how to make money. Okay.
Yeah, talk to Christina has got lots of contacts with the corporate world. So,
I have tried very, very hard to get out of that world, and I promised myself not to go back. But if I cannot stay in the field, I have to go back, and that actually will be my misery. So I hope you'll help me to get in the field and never to go back.
Don't go back to the field, but just get those people who are in the field to come to us.
Don't you worry, that's what I will do.
Okay, anyone else would like to say?
Adebola and Irfan, raise.
Okay, Adebola, please.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. We continue to appreciate you. But I want to ask you one very simple question. Do you have plan to visit Africa?
I have big plans. Because I must confess another thing. I've never been to Africa. And what happened was when I was in the university, I organized I can't remember the exact. I think it was Congo for Africa. No, Conga for Africa. So what we did was, no, sorry, it was Conga for Congo, because at that time there were problems in Congo, and what happened in Australia, there is this very negative image of Africans. So I got a group of university students, and we organized this project, which was called, Conga for Congo, and then we held a Conga dance around the university just to, to kind of educate and to challenge the prevailing image that people had of Africans. But when I was the director of the Center for Dialogue, I organized a project that was called the African Dialogues, and the whole idea was to invite African communities within Australia, and to organize sort of dialogues with governments and once again is to challenge the image that people have, and the images that people have of Africa, that it's a poor continent, and they show Africans, especially like World Vision and all these organizations, they show starving African kids in order to get money for their own projects, right? So what I wanted to do was to challenge those images, and I say that Africa is not a country of poverty. In fact, Africa is a very rich country that has been impoverished. And Walter Rodney's work, I always talk about this, how Europe underdeveloped Africa. And so this is, what we do is we try to challenge those kinds of images. But I was sitting, since I was the organizer, I was sitting next to several of the African high commissioners and ambassadors when we organized this, and we invited the former Prime Minister of Australia, Kevin Rudd, to launch the African Dialogues. So Kevin Rudd comes, and then 1 week later, he becomes the Prime Minister again. So I was sitting with Kevin Rudd, and we were sitting with ambassadors. And then so the Ghanaian ambassador asked me, so Professor Gomez, have you been to Ghana? And then so I said, I just smiled at him and said, actually, I've never been to any country in Africa. So he turns to his staff, and he said, you have to do something to get this man to come to Ghana. But I've never had the opportunity, so I hope. But having said that, Adebola, I don't have to go to Africa, because I don't have to go to Africa because I have people like you and Julius and in these courses.
Thank you.
And in this world of ours, through at the moment online, there is, there is not really necessary. But I would love to go, just because I feel that I'm very much in touch with Africa. One of my cousins is a novelist, and he grew up in Kenya. Sorry, he grew up in Uganda, and he has published a number of novels, and one of it was entitled "The General Is Up," and he forecasted the rise of Idi Amin before my cousin Peter Nazareth got kicked out of Uganda and ended up in Britain, and then subsequently now it's in the US. So we have that African connection.
Thank you, Prof. Notwithstanding, we hope to see you one of these days, and you'll be given chieftaincy title. It's an honor to be given chieftaincy title in Africa. Many head of state would like to receive you, communities, leaders, and so on and so forth. We duly appreciate you. Please factor this in your plan.
Yeah. Adebola, if I go to Africa, it's not for me to impart my knowledge, but it's for me to learn.
Okay.
Because there is a lot I have to learn about Africa, and
yes, sir.
Never fails to surprise me every time I read something about Africa, how rich the culture and you know the knowledge and the epistemologies is just incredible. So there's so much that I still have.
Very good. Because African is often portrayed as the citadel of conflict all over the world.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I know there is conflict, but however, we also have to stress the fact that a lot of people in Africa live in peace with one another. You know, so let's not just gloss over the conflict and be blinded to it, but we also have to focus on the fact that there is, you know, this wonderful aspect of Africa.
Okay.
The song,
thank you, sir.
Dance,
okay,
the song and
thank
the
you,
dance
Prof.
is just incredible. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes,
I say Terima kasih Aya again.
Sama. And yes, Masari.
Yeah, there are some participants that would like to present, Prof.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, Irfan Khan, I see.
Okay. Do you want to present, Irfan?
Yes, thanks, Dr. Gomez. I was listening to your last story, which was very influential. I mean, and there was a lot of lesson learned for everyone. So we're just waiting for that time. So yes, I'm ready to present. So if
please,
the team,
please
Ari, could you please just share that screen, share the screen of my presentation, please?
Sigri, Idam, do you have the file? You send it to the organizer?
Yes, yes.
Wait a moment, sir.
Okay.
Okay, should I start right now?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. My presentation there is in two portions. The one is that the title, where I will be reflecting my, I mean, in the paper, all the presenters who have taught us and all the participants who have given insights based on their lesson learned. So I will be presenting that, but before that, I wish to show some of the facts and history of the area where the local communities and the conflicts that are perpetuating from last 3 decades. So the topic that I propose for the upcoming reflection, cultivating culture of peace among the youth through non-violent communication, peace education, and engaging in dialogue process to strengthen social cohesion. Next, please. Yes, so in terms of, if I can define a peace, so peace cannot be maintained through force. It can only be established through mutual understanding, respect. A few questions, it's self-explanatory. How can we cultivate the seed of peace for our future generation? At grassroots level, how important are engagement of the various stakeholders living in conflicted communities? And what are the role that can religious leader, teacher, and community representative play in setting a benchmark to achieve this long-lasting objective? Next, please. So there are factors that perpetuating the local conflict, especially in our newly merged tribal districts, previously known as part of federally administered tribal areas. So the history is that Pakistan, basically being in a geographical location where the area has already and in the past attracted by the major power to extend their sphere of influence, like Great Britain, USA, Russia, China, in relation to their national interest abroad. So let me share a few of the facts. Successive imperial powers have used their launching passport expeditions in the Afghan hinterland. USA sowed seed of using religion as a pole to the Russians. That was the case when they were in the Cold War era, and they were trying to, maintain and dominate the region. And because of that, Afghan Jihad war back in 1979, when reformer used to were disintegrated, this whole idea of indoctrination of the jihad that has a lot of results. The chicken that has flawed experiment has come to rules in the shape of religious extremism, which today face conflict in the tribal district of Pakistan and beyond. Conflict and religious extremism in Pashtun society have global political roots that can be traced back to the colonial legacy. Next, please. Major factors that are responsible for conflict perpetuation in this area. So I have split that in two. Elite trigger, that is the bad leaders, the state level. That the state policy and doctrines, world system theory, human error and their decision, like world system theory, we say the core and periphery. Washington dictated Islamabad to do more, war on terror and different things. In the past, they used to utilize Pakistan as a transit state, war against the fight against the Russians through Mujahideen. Bad neighborhood, that unfortunately, these are the terms which I have taken from one of the books written by Michael Edward Brown, International Dimension of Internal Conflicts. So Iran, India, and Afghanistan, we have that neighborhood. The second thing is the mass trigger, the trust deficit with neighbors, migration influx, breakup of the positive negotiation channel, whether it is Iran, Afghanistan, or India. And unfortunately, we do have that bad domestic problem in our country, in our tribal district, like social inequality, injustice, disparity, lack of opportunities, and the most important is religious intolerance, which is one of the offshoots of the Afghan Jihad war. Next, please. My understanding from this course, which I will be applying all the concept that I have learned to replicate in the reflective paper based on the same topic. So some of the things that I want to do for this communal level conflict, especially in the tribal belt where the Sunni Shia and the Sunni Shia, Sikh and Hindu, they are living side by side. So the first thing will be an institutional building that increase institutional capacity to supply conflict sensitive and peace education. That is very important to understand at institutional level. Then the second one is the individual capacity development, increase capacity of the children from a very, childhood, parents, teachers, community members through peace psychological tools like inner peace, how we can engage people so that they can have all those important things to know, empathy, love, care, effective and positive use of media, which is a very important thing in our culture because it really transforms the minds. It creates images of people about, any issue. So that is very important for a reason to prevent, reduce, and cope with conflict and promote peace.
It's
yes.
Already 5 minutes. Can you make quick your presentation, please?
Sorry. Can I what?
Yeah, it's already 5 minutes. Can you make a quick your presentation?
Okay, please. Languages development at the role of religion leadership to promote the interfaith harmony. Next, please. The last slide. The last slide.
It's delay on the internet.
Okay. Peace can only last when human rights are respected, where people are fit and where individuals are, nations are free. It is one of the Dalai Lama Tibetan spiritual leaders quote. So let's talk peace, listen to peace, and discuss peace. I extend my gratitude to the ICCTB team, as Alberto Gomez, professor, and all the invited presenter and the participant that has enriched our understanding and through their valuable comments. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Irfan, for the presentation, Pak Irfan. Okay. Shall we go to the next presenter, Prof?
Please do.
The next one from, let me check.
Dr. Muhammad, yes.
Yeah, Dr. Muhammad Yasin. Hello? Is Dr. Muhammad Yasin here?
He must be praying. He's not in right now.
Okay. Or anyone else that has not presented yet want to, like, to use the time to present the reflective paper summary?
Maybe we can open up for
while
any
waiting
more,
for that.
any more comments from anyone.
I just wanted to say to everyone, thank you kindly. It has been a pleasure sharing with you all of these beautiful examples of peace. And I just wanted to briefly say, if you ever want to come to the Caribbean, that I will offer it to you at home. You can visit anytime. And I thank you all. Thank you, Professor Alberto. He knows he's one of the best professors I've ever had. He's very, 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 I can say as many berries as I would like to, but he's a very, he's an excellent professor. And his deconstructive analysis and the way how he engages with topics and constructs, it is to be commendable. And I do thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikita. Thank you so much for that. Anyone wants to say anything?
Yes, sir. Gone.
Someone is here.
Yes, Christina, yes.
I think someone is back. I just wanted to say, when are we going to meet again? When these ICCTP August 2021 going to meet up again?
Anyone? We hope that well, the plan is to hold ICCTP again next year. So we are just that's the plan. And after this year, with the wonderful participants that we have had in this course, I think it has inspired us to look at running ICCTP again next year. But we hope that we really hope that this crazy perilous times of the COVID pandemic ends soon. Not just for us, but I'm talking more of sadly the people who have suffered the consequences of the pandemic. So if that happens next year, we'll probably look into organizing ICCTP in Indonesia. So that's our plan. But we cannot these days plan in advance. Now the other thing is that I think Mas Ari is probably gone to pray as well, but when he comes back, but there are a few things, administration, that we need to sort out. So next week, as we talked about, you'll receive a Google form for the various things that we talked about, if you recall. And we also we are also in the process of, we felt that we should also evaluate this course so that to give you the opportunity to provide feedback to us. If we're going to offer this course next year, we have to look into the mistakes that we have made and the errors and how we can improve on them and how we can, offer a better course next year. So that's one. So the evaluation be sent out, but not just the negative aspects of the course. So if you've got anything positive to say, please do so, because we want to use the positive remarks, the feedback from all of you to persuade the people with money to support this course next year. Not for us, but the money is so that we can provide like scholarships and airfares and things, accommodation like that for the participants. Yes, Inas.
Albert, would you consider of having a course for youth?
Yes. Yeah.
Like Izzy's age, the high schools, the teenagers.
Certainly.
You should focus on the teens group,
Mm.
To create more so that we have more bigger peace tribe, because we are this era and they are the new era.
So this could be your project, Inas, and you can start a kind of a project for the youth, and we will all help out in any way we can in terms of supporting.
So where's my tribes?
It's just the issue that we have is because there's so much time in the day for us to be, and there are so many things that I wish I can organize, but unfortunately, I have to be realistic as well. And
because I want them to be more proactive, towards the real thing.
Sure. I think I think the youth, they like the camp that we organized, the Indonesian youth camp. It was just amazing. All these young school kids, we brought them together in the camp, and we actually went through. We taught them various things like the importance of dialogue and non-violent communication. So we provided all these kinds of training sort of courses. So yes, of course, it is. Any one of you can organize it, and if you need assistance with the resources or pointing you to the direction of what might be some of the. I should also say that when we design this course, it's not just like taking what is the conventional course. So that's why I said that in this course we wanted it to be in many ways like cutting edge. So in many of the peace studies courses, you will not find a session on love, for example. You will not find a session on decolonizing peace. You will not find a session on peace ecology, for example. Like peace ecology is new. It's just like fresh out of the oven, as it were. So you find that a lot of the things that we have covered, and because it's a course that's offered in Indonesia, you will not find Mas Idam talking about his research, or you won't find Bu Ayesha talking about the work that she has, the marvelous work that she has done in Mindanao and Aceh. So that's why I think we wanted to ensure that we move away from the typical sort of topics that are being covered. So like nonviolent communication, peace education, conflict transformation, peace circles. These are all very common in peace studies courses, but the others aren't. And I think very few peace studies courses. I can't think of any that you would have got Joanne Lim, giving an approach that is very different. So that's what we wanted to also aim for, We wanted to, in a sense, that was our goal. We wanted to provide a kind of like cutting edge approach to peace studies. To make us different, distinction from the other courses that being offered. Anyone wants to say anything?
One thing, Prof. Can I say something, Prof?
Of course you can, yeah. This is open. It's open.
One of the participants asked about submitting reflective paper, Prof.
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah. So actually, if you go to my class and you go to our page, at the bottom there is this session 16. We have already prepared a reflective paper submission. So let me just go here. Yes. So if you can see these options here, you just need to click it, and then because this is my because I'm the presenters here, you can see some options, to submit your paper. Okay, or if you have any difficulties, just let us know. You can send even through email if there is any difficulties on your side. Okay, just let us know that we will be happy to assist. Okay, Prof. And it will be on the 13th, the deadline, August, yeah, Prof. Yeah.
Are there any more questions about administrative stuff or?
Yes.
Not a question, just a comment. First of all, thank you. I think your team has been wonderful. The cooperation sort of, the entire team has been very prompt. First of all, I would like to say thank you to each one of you for having patience with us. All of us would shoot questions, queries, and everything would be tackled in such a smooth way, and humble plus sort of engaging. It was one of the most interesting courses over the years I have, done. I am feeling as if I enjoyed my kindergarten, that I'm back in the kindergarten with my favorite teacher, because the kindergarten was the most engaging time. It was not that we are just at the receiving end, we're just monotonously listening. Each of the resource person ensured that we are learning, we are indulged, we are not just passive listeners. So thank you, all of you, for organizing such engaging sessions. And I would say that each one of you have takeaways from here. It was not just a lecture series or another webinar or workshop or course which we did just for the heck of it. So we all are connecting, and how, I'm already sort of feeling it's a circle, each circle already we have connected amongst each other. So thank you. All the participants also, they've been very cooperative, encouraging for each other. Plus one thing, I would like to definitely associate myself, if not full-time, because I'm already in a full-time profession. So maybe as a volunteer or part-time on some projects, whatever comes away anyway, or I can help anybody. So I'm always there. So it was very, very happy learning, I would say. I had so much to think about, a rethink. It's learning is about relearning also. Especially, I will never forget how you said that sustainable development has to really be really thought over again, and how I have to now sort of take this to the budding journalist. That would be my task and challenge, how I can use these things and actually practically imbibe them in my lessons and projects and fieldwork which we are doing. So thank you everyone. On the behalf of participants, we would like to congratulate each one of you from the organizing team. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say, and I'll be happy to connect ever, personally, as friends, as scholars, as researchers, as peace builders, whatsoever. So thank you.
Thank you so much for those very kind comments.
Prof, I can see Irfan Khan raise his hand.
Oh, okay, please. Yeah, please go ahead. Yes.
Thank you so much. Very quick, 2 short questions and 1 comment. Please, if you could consider these 2 topics, the social cohesion and interfaith harmony. It is very important because living in a Muslim country and we have a diverse religious sectarian groups, so that's will be very important so that one can reflect and at the same time understand new things in from other countries. Secondly, I have no idea whether do we have to mark for this peer assessment form, evaluation form for everyone, because during break and the prayer break we miss a lot, and early in the morning we just a couple of months. So that's the. Lastly, I would like to thank you for your time, professional insights, and all the presenters there have really enriched our understanding on these various topics. And we do hope that the pandemic ends and next year, inshallah, when we all hopefully alive and we meet face to face. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Irfan. Is anyone else here? And thank you for your suggestion is on cohesion and harmony, especially interreligious harmony. I think it's important to keep in mind.
Prof, I just want to hear the voices from Belakang Tabi.
The voices from where, sorry?
Belakang Tabi. Tabi, the organizing.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, topic, which is you should explain what it means.
Organizing committee.
Is this? Okay, is there anyone else? The word is salute.
May I, Doctor?
Afifa wants to salute. Yes, please go ahead, Tuba.
I'm feeling very sorry about myself because last 1 hour my light went off and you're all talking and your all speeches. I'm not there to listen to it because of electricity issue. I will listen to it in recording. But Mr. Irfan Khan was saying that interfaith harmony. So in Pakistan, under the organization of Awam in Faisalabad and under the organization of Peace and Education Foundation, PEC, we are doing interfaith harmony. It is between making bridge between madrasa students and university students. We create a space for their dialogues about democracy, about peace, about Islamic way of government and Western way of government. We did so many projects like this, so I want to share this. If anyone wants to contribute from Pakistan on these type of bridges between university students and madrasa students to de-radicalize both sides, because university students are also radicalized about the madrasa student, and madrasa students are also radicalized about the way of thinking of university students. So we are making bridges, and we are trying to making bridges between two different school of thoughts in Pakistan. So I'm there for any assistance if you need and anyone needs. And I'm really happy to help you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else?
I have raised my hand, so I was
Please,
trying to.
Please, Dilawar, yeah, go ahead.
I'm thinking what to say. I guess most of the participants have already say thank you to the ICCTP, but I would say we are welcome to ICCTP again and again instead of thank you. And I hope ICCTP and the all organizer committee will be looking towards every participant in the similar way. So I have been thinking being a part of the development sector, which is of course is despite of the fact that it is a kind of distraction in one mean, we have to deconstruct. But as per my understanding, that what has been pinching me from last few years, that was that I have been working in development sector almost for 14 years right now. But from when I completed my 9 to 10 years in development sector, then I tried to questioning myself, despite of having any academic background, a good academic background on the critical perspective. Because unfortunately, I guess the friends in South Asia will agree with me, we do not have a rich content in our education system, which made us critical towards things that is around us. Even the actions that we do in our daily life. We live in the society where in the capital, any one of you might have heard, and during the Eid days, one of the lady was beheaded just because she regretted to get married with the boy. So we live in such a maybe I might be some people might feel it bad, but a brutal and inhumane society. So these are not for me. It was not just a course to listen few people and to take 1, 2, 3 tools and then apply it in my professional life, and that is more than enough. And then I should say thank you, and I also expect someone to thank me because I have applied. But it is beyond it. I don't know for how long I will be living. But these are something like that refresh my memory that I have to be human being. I have to be not to be violent. I have to respect women. I have to communicate with decency with people, because it is not just a Pakistani society, but it might be the entire world where the capitalism and imperialism has its grounded their roots, and they have made everything, they have consciously made conflicts around the communities that they can, based on those conflicts which exist in the society, that the capitalism can grow up more and more and more. So for me, it was something beyond course, but more towards that I challenge my behavior, and I try to more to be human, that I can be good with nature. In this all 14 years of my development sector, I have never heard about the stuff that was related to the ecological aspect of the nature. But it is, I should also pay thank you to my wife. So she is the one who when I got married, she tried to teach me that it's not the only human being who are living on the planet. There are something more. I should reflect on that as well. So then we started planting trees, and we in every aspect of our own circle of influence, whatever we do, we try to do something which is not harmful to the nature as well, and neither to the human being. So we are welcome again to ICCTP, and see you all anytime, anywhere in the world, because despite of virtual world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dilabar. And I keep repeating myself, but Dilabar is one of the deep members, and he and Najiba, they run the empathy circle. And so Dilabar, I want to invite you to set up a new sector rather than development sector, call it the regeneration sector.
I have been in the pain from last few years, so that was one of the reasons that I reconnected myself to the academic perspective. So now from last 1.5 years, I have been trying to read books and to go for the courses that I can reconnect myself to the critical perspective. Excellent. So I would love to be part of this world.
That's wonderful.
Sorry,
okay. Yeah.
Sorry,
cool.
I can see here that Dr. Muhammad Yasin is already here for presentation.
So that would be our last presentation.
Yeah,
right?
and also if it is okay, maybe like we can also give like 1 minute, 2 minutes for our organizing team to say something. Luna. And
of course, we want them to say something. That's on our agenda.
Okay, good. Dr. Muhammad Yasin, are you here? And you ready
Yes,
for your
yes,
presentation?
yes. I am sorry. I am here. I have to travel about 400 kilometers to reach my residence. I'm just coming in after the Juma prayer. I join it now, and I'm sorry that you have to wait for it. Should I start?
You can start now.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Just a minute, sir. I'm going to share the screen. Just read after offering the prayer. But it will take just few. It will take just few seconds for sharing the screen. It's opening. Okay. While it's opening, I just may say just short introduction until it's open. As my name is Dr. Muhammad Yasin. I am assistant professor in Islamic studies and head academic outreach, National Textile University, Faisalabad. And I'm going to present, my topic is the role of media in peace building. As we know that media play a very important role in every aspects of life, especially in peace building. At first stage, we can say that media is basically a hidden power behind any issue. It can play a positive role and also a negative role in peace building or destroying any nation. The present day is known I think there is some issue. Yes, and screen sharing is not, I'm trying. Yes. Okay. At first step, then we can say that media can play a very positive or negative role in building peace or destroying it. The present age is known as the media age, and this presentation will highlight some role of the media in peace building. First of all, I will clear that what is media. Several mediums or channels used in an organized fashion to communicate information to groups of people as a service to the public. It is said by Howard. And what is peace building? Peace building attempt to encourage development of structural condition, attitude, ban modes of political behavior that may permit peaceful, stable, and ultimately prosperous social nation. And there are some aspects which are used especially by media for peace building. The first one is that it analyzes the conflict which is present in any country or in any area. Then the face saving and consent building is created among the people, and then counteracting misperception, if there is found in anywhere, it is removed. And then the confidence is built among the nation, and then a channel is communicate between different parties if they are creating some hurdles or some problems at any place. And then the issues identifying and try to find out its solution. And after that, the media encourage the balance and the power, and then frame and define the conflict, and ultimately they find out a solution for it. And what is the challenges which a media, especially we can say that in conflict prevention and peace building? First of all, the media create link between freedom and human rights, and then it create fragile democracies and remove the poverty, ethnic differences, and then the it play a very important role for the building and a good political environment. Okay, thank you, because it's a very limited time, and it's very difficult for me to develop all these points in 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Yasin, for your presentation. We really appreciate that. Wait. Prof. Gomez, shall we hear like one, two?
Sure. Okay.
From the Secretariat? No.
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah. 1, 2
Yeah.
point.
Okay.
Luna, Devia, you want to say something? Luna, Devia, Zul, Zikri. These are the people behind the scenes, but they did many things so that this program can be implemented or running well.
Okay. Let me introduce each one of them. And before I do that, I want to say that this is perhaps the best team that I've ever worked with. They are absolutely incredible. So it's been a pleasure, such a pleasure working with every one of them. So let me start with Luna. You want to say something, Luna? Unmute.
Hello everyone, my name is Luna. I just want to tell you guys that I hope everyone here enjoy these sessions, all of the sessions until today. And I do really hope that we can meet someday offlinely, like directly, and things should get better next time. I think that's all. So good luck, everyone.
Terima kasih, Luna. Now,
Okay,
Zikri, who's next? Zikri is next to Luna.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Actually, not much, but we would like to clarify and say that as a committee and organizer, we do listen to you guys, and we do listen to the speakers too, because
Yeah.
we need to be ready and prepare in case Prof. Gomez or Pak Ari or Mas Idam need to make a breakout rooms or prepare a break session. And in order to do that, we need to listen every single of the speakers would say, and we do learn something too actually in these courses. Every course we listen into, and actually the interesting part is besides of the on pandemics issues, well, in this Zoom meeting we do feel like closer than it used to be. I think that's all. Am I too much talking? And thank you for you guys.
I think there's
Zikri is
some
the IT
addition
man,
that
Prof.
we do
IT man.
Yeah, yeah.
apologize if the
Zikri is the one that
Zoom
takes care
respond
of all the
messages
technical
because
aspects.
the time differences. So yeah, we are
Okay, then we have on the bottom screen, we have Sasha. Sasha, silakan.
Hello everyone, my name is Sasha, and I get so many knowledge from the speakers and also the participants, and I hope you also enjoy this course for the past 2 weeks. And I hope that we can stay safe and stay healthy so that in the future maybe we can meet offline, whether it is in Indonesia or in your country. And yeah, that's all from me.
Terima kasih, Sasha. And then next to Sasha is Davia.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Devia, and I'm the person behind of the WhatsApp group and also the email as usual. And I just really like your enthusiasm in this course because, like, everyone can join the Zoom even if you are in different time zone. But yeah, I like your effort. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Davia. And then Zulfan.
So, okay, hello guys. Nice to see you. My name is Zulfan, and the music man was Zikri. So Zikri was the full man operator for all this this wonderful week. And I also would like to say thank you to all the participants, to Mr. Professor Alberto, to Mas Idam, to Pak Ari, and all participants, because, okay, Zikri, you have a lot of love from the participants because playing the very good music along this week. And I'm really happy to see you guys. And I will call you today. See? Okay, now Zikri have a lot of friends. And this has been being a really good, wonderful week for the ICCTP. I'm really grateful having a good teams, also all my friends, my lecturers, my professor, and all of you. We hope can be good friends in the next futures. And I know I have something that to say, but you are wonderful, you are amazing, and we hope we could be better. We have another better meeting in the next day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Masari?
I've said something about
No, that's it, right?
Yeah.
We don't have any more. So the final thing I want to say is that I couldn't think of any better team, as I mentioned, to work with in this running this project. But working with Mas Ari is amazing, and as well as working with Mas Idam, because Idam and I, we have worked together for quite a while. I should also point out to all the participants, Idam's close friend is Johan Galto. So when Galtung was in Indonesia, I was there as well because I knew Galtung from previously, and yeah, so it was. We won't say anything more, but it was good fun with Idam and Galtung and I on our trip to the museum.
One thing, Prof, Idam and I are working this university, and then just feel free if you have initiation, if you have any ideas, as long as we can support you in any way possible, then we will be lovely.
This is for the participants.
Yeah.
Okay. And finally, I just want to say, all of you have been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
And you have made this whole course what it is, and it has been such a joy and a privilege and a pleasure to be for the last 2 weeks to be. It's gone quickly, but it was it was something for us to treasure. So thank you so much for being amazing, fantastic participants. So on that note,
for lifting up our energy levels every time.
Sorry?
I'm saying thanks to you for lifting up our energy levels every time. You
Yeah.
didn't let the, you didn't let the aura go down. Thank you so much for that.
No, you're most welcome. So on that note, we won't say goodbye. We will just say see you later wherever we are, but please do keep in touch. You have my email address. You also have my WhatsApp, and just let's keep in touch. And I wish you all the very best. Take care, be safe, especially at these times of our lives, and till we meet again.
Can we play this song, please? Before we go, can we play
Yeah, sorry, Christina, you wanted to say something.